The Crime of Our Lives. A Squeaky Clean, Lantern Beach, Worst Detective Ever. Crossover Mystery by Christy Barritt. Chapter 1. Gabby. Breeze rushing through my hair, music blaring like I don't have a care, iced coffee in my hand. All because I've got a plan. I'm going to solve a crime. Right on time. Right on time. Yes, I made up the song. I even made up the tune, though I could totally hear Meghan Trainor singing it in my head. I, for one, thought it was rather catchy. So far, it was another routine day on the job. I headed south through the Outer Banks on an unseasonably warm January day. I wished I was coming to this North Carolina beach area for fun, but alas, it was for work. Even so, I was going to enjoy it. Lorna Dunnigan had hired Stewart Forensics to further examine the death of her husband, Brett, who had drowned in the ocean off the resort island of Lantern Beach, a small, secluded island located at the southern tip of the Outer Banks. I'd been assigned to the case. My husband, Riley, an attorney, was busy with depositions today, so I'd traveled solo down from our home in Norfolk, Virginia, to find out more information. A few minutes later, I turned off the main drag and into the parking lot of the Fatty Shack, the restaurant where I was meeting the Lantern Beach police chief to ask questions about the case. She'd picked the location and told me this place had some of the best seafood in the area. I glanced at the restaurant as I put my SUV into park. The Fatty Shack was located soundside in Nag's Head and didn't appear fancy on the outside with its weathered siding and fisherman-like decorations. There were old crab pots, colorful buoys, and thick nautical ropes. The scent of crab and seafood drifted from the building before I even opened my door. Cute place, I mused, as the song Love Shack began playing in my mind. Only I changed the lyrics to Fish Shack. Bad habit, I know. But I'd come to accept that this was who I was. Everything in life required a song, even if that meant changing the lyrics, like I often did. I turned off my car and climbed out, heaving the strap of my casual fake leather briefcase onto my shoulder. I'd really wanted a genuine leather one, but Sierra, my bestie, was an animal rights activist, and it wasn't worth facing her wrath over a briefcase. Inside the bag, I'd brought some things with me to run past the police chief. I could have probably done this consultation online. However, I always found face-to-face conversations to be best. Plus, I loved coming to this oversized sandbar known as the Outer Banks. It was an hour-and-a-half drive from my home, but the route was easy and the scenery beautiful. I stepped inside, and the scent of fried fish and Old Bay seasoning surrounded me. I Knew You Were Trouble by Taylor Swift played overhead. Sometimes it seemed like the music playing around me was an ominous warning for what lay ahead. If I were superstitious, I'd believe that. Thankfully, I wasn't. But the coincidence was uncanny at times. My gaze skimmed the place. The interior of the restaurant was outdated with old tables and chairs, dark walls, and an 80s vibe. Celebrity photos, some signed, graced the walls. I recognized several of the pictures: Tiger Woods, Sandra Bullock, Joey Darling. Just one? A perky hostess with sun-streaked hair down to her butt asked me. Actually, I'm meeting someone. I quickly scanned the patrons. A woman wearing an olive green half-zip sweatshirt and jeans sat at a booth on the other side of the dining room. She saw me and waved. That had to be the police chief. I excused myself from the hostess and strode toward the other woman, extending my hand when I reached her. Gabby Cassidy Chambers. The woman was gorgeous with long blonde hair with a touch of wave to it. I'd done some research into her before I drove down. Research was kind of my gig. I knew Chief Chambers was respectable, competent, and maybe even a little camera shy. Though I knew from what I'd found online that she was on the younger side, seeing her in person reminded me what an accomplishment it was for Cassidy Chambers to be the police chief at such a young age. We were probably close to the same age, in our early to mid-30s. I slid into the booth across from her and noticed the man sitting beside her. He was thin, with a receding hairline and angular features. His plaid button-up shirt was tucked into jeans that came halfway up his chest. I narrowed my eyes in confusion. The guy didn't appear to be another officer. Based on his gawkish appearance, I didn't see this man as being Cassidy's significant other either. The two didn't match on the attractiveness scale. "This is Roscoe," Cassidy told me. "He's tagging along with me today. I hope you don't mind." The man offered an awkward smile and raised a hand, the action weak and almost uncertain. "Nice to meet you." Then he began to straighten his paper placemat and silverware, making sure everything was squared and in place. "OCD much?" I found it weird that Cassidy didn't explain who he was or why he was with her. Then again, she didn't owe me any explanations. She was meeting me as a courtesy. Still, I hadn't been expecting her to have company. I nodded at Roscoe in greeting and then turned back to her and smiled. "I'm just grateful you were able to come here so we could chat, Chief Chambers. Please call me Cassidy." She tucked a blonde strand behind her ear. "Your phone call had me curious. Plus, I've heard about you." I pointed to myself in surprise. "Me? You have quite the reputation. Your work has put some very bad people behind bars. And I read another article about how you started your forensic career as a crime scene cleaner. It was all very fascinating. I've never been ashamed of my roots. Crime scene cleaning helped pay a lot of bills, and it helped me learn the ropes and make connections," I said. "I can imagine. And it apparently led you to becoming a forensic scientist with Stewart Forensics. I think what you're doing is important. Our forensic teams are stretched so thin. It's difficult to close a case when results take so long to get back from the state crime lab. Those timelines can really make or break a case," Cassidy said. "That's definitely one of the challenges law enforcement faces today. I can only imagine how frustrating that must be. I feel like I'm sitting in the presence of greatness." Roscoe nodded a little too enthusiastically. "True greatness. And beauty, too, if you don't mind me saying." Cassidy glanced at him as if she didn't know how to respond. Then she must have decided to simply ignore him because she turned back to me. "I'd love to hear more about you and your career sometime, but in the meantime, what can I help you with?" Before I could explain my reason for meeting with her, a waitress appeared. Irma was embroidered on her blue polyester shirt, and her tanned, wrinkled skin showed that, even in her 60s, she was a beach bunny. "Hello, lovelies." Her voice was gravelly but friendly. "Welcome to the Fatty Shack. Can I take your order?" "I'd love a sweet tea to start," I told her, not even opening my menu. Then I turned to Cassidy. "Anything good you'd recommend?" "Lunch is on me." "That's unnecessary." Cassidy set her phone on the table beside her silverware as she turned toward the waitress. "But I love their crab soup and Old Bay fries." "That sounds wonderful," I said. "I'll have that too." Cassidy turned to Roscoe. "What would you like?" "You've got to eat." "How about some fish and chips?" The man's gaze almost looked hopeful, like a child at the snack counter hoping to get a drink and chips instead of having to choose one or the other. "Will do," Irma said. "Wait." Roscoe stared at the menu another moment. "Let me change that. I'll take a fish sandwich for $6.99, plus some onion rings for $4.47. When you add sales tax, that would make my bill an even $12. Don't you just love even numbers?" Cassidy, Irma, and I stared at him in disbelief, but Roscoe didn't seem to notice. He seemed to think his reasoning was as normal as breathing as he grinned proudly. "Sounds perfect." Irma raised her eyebrows as she jotted his order down. Then she tapped her pen against the pad with a flourish. "I'll have that right out to you." After Irma left, I glanced at Cassidy again. I didn't know the woman, but I already liked her. She seemed to have a good head on her shoulders, to be calm, cool, and collected. Not the type who broke rules. Like me, at least the old me. But I'd always had good reasons for breaking them. Now that I worked in a professional capacity, I had to be more careful. Breaking into places to find clues? Not a great idea. Going behind the police department's back while investigating? Also not a great idea. But if I was pushed hard enough and had the right motivation, I'd totally do those things again. As the saying went, old habits die hard, and it had been a while since I'd had many of my own investigative adventures. I know you're busy, so I'll just jump right to the point while we wait, if that's okay. I pulled out some of the papers I'd brought with me and spread them on the table. This would be harder to do once the food arrived, so I might as well start now. Go right ahead. I showed Cassidy a picture. I'm not sure if you recall this, but 6 months ago, this man drowned in Lantern Beach. Yes, I remember him, Cassidy said as she looked at the photo. Brett Dunnigan. What happened to him was quite tragic, especially at a vacation spot like Lantern Beach. It always seems more tragic when people come with a suitcase but return in a body bag. I get that. The image was sobering. Cassidy glanced across the table at me. However, though Brett's death was terrible, it was ruled an accident. The day he died, there were strong rip currents in the ocean, and red flags were out. Lifeguards warned people not to go into the water, but you always have people who don't listen. I figured she might say that. Most people assume his death was accidental, but Brett's family thinks otherwise. They asked me to look into the circumstances of his passing. And you did? I did. And I found something I thought was very interesting. Cassidy's intelligent eyes met mine. You have a different theory as to what happened? This was where things got good. After ordering a few more tests, at the family's request, of course, I discovered something I could never have guessed. And what's that? There was a blend of chemicals found on him, along with 3 other people who drowned off the North Carolina coast. This chemical blend. It's for products that are generally used in taxidermy. Chapter 2.
Cassidy. Did someone say taxidermy? An enthusiastic voice said behind us. I turned and immediately recognized the person it belonged to. How could I forget the slender woman with long, dark hair and an infectious smile? She made a mark wherever she went. Before her name left my lips, the woman continued. My TV show had a whole episode on that subject once. The woman paused as she saw my face, and she squinted dramatically. Wait, I know you from somewhere. You were filming A Useless Ending to a Hard-Fought Life on Lantern Beach last time I saw you, I reminded her. I certainly wouldn't ever forget the mayhem that had ensued when she was on the island. I'm Police Chief Cassidy Chambers. Oh my goodness! Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed a perfect O. That's right! I didn't recognize you without the uniform. You look so much younger with your hair down and wearing jeans and a fabulously cute pullover. That's a great color on you, by the way. Isn't it amazing what different clothes, makeup, and hair do for a woman? It transforms us, right? Gabby looked between us in confusion, and I realized she had no idea who this woman was. Gabby, this is Joey, darling, I explained. The actress? Realization rolled over Gabby's face. That's right. I thought you looked familiar. I really loved you in Relentless. My husband and I binge-watched all 7 seasons when we both had the flu last year. Thanks so much. Joey practically beamed as if she wasn't used to being complimented. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I promise I wasn't. I was just here having lunch with my friends. She glanced at a group of older ladies sitting 3 tables away. They all looked at us with bright smiles and waved, looking a little too innocent. My friends call themselves the Hot Chicks, Joey explained. Their rivals call themselves the Romeos. Really old men eating out. It's a long story. Anyway, Fatty's is one of our favorite hangouts. If you want atmosphere, this is the place to get it. I sucked in a quick breath, realizing things were about to get interesting quickly. Those gals looked like fun, and like they were up to something, especially the woman with the beehive hairdo and bright blue eyeshadow who grinned at us and offered a thumbs up, though I wasn't sure why. Joey, this is my associate, Gabby Thomas, I continued. She's a forensic specialist with Stewart Forensics. Stewart Forensics? It's run by a woman named Sheila Stewart, Gabby explained. I work for her as one of her lead investigators. Oh, it sounds like you guys are here investigating a case. Joey raised her eyebrows as she looked back and forth between me and Gabby. I knew by the sound of her voice what she was implying. She wanted details, or to get involved. I could not let that happen. Everything got 10 times more complicated when Joey Darling was around. I glanced back at Roscoe and Gabby as they stared at us, listening to the interaction. Amusement was written across Gabby's gaze, and Roscoe looked as fidgety as always. I still couldn't figure out exactly why Police Chief Will Graves had personally asked me to deliver this man to the police station in Plymouth, but I was doing it as a favor since I owed him one. He'd sent officers to Lantern Beach to give me a hand when we encountered some trouble a couple of years ago. I liked to get those debts off my book as quickly as possible. He'd asked me to pick Roscoe up in Hatteras, where he lived in a motel room, and drive him across the water to Plymouth. I didn't want to be rude, but I glanced at my watch. I needed to answer Gabby's questions the best I could, and then I needed to get down the road. That didn't leave me much time for socializing, even if it was with a world-famous actress. I was about to excuse myself from the conversation when the door to the restaurant opened, a cool wind sweeping inside with it. A 50-something woman with bright, sparkling eyes, a headset, and a small speaker on her waist stepped inside. A chatty group crowded in behind her, mostly younger females, it appeared. The woman's hands swept across the restaurant. "This is one of Joey Darling's favorite hangouts. And guess what? We all have reservations here today." Squeals exploded from the group. I watched as probably 20 people flooded inside. Then I squinted. Were they all wearing t-shirts with Joey's face across the front? I looked again. Yes, it appeared they were. I knew exactly what was about to happen, but I was powerless to stop it. The moment was like watching. A priceless vase slip from someone's hand, knowing you were too far away to catch it before the glass shattered on the floor. Almost as if in slow motion, the group spotted Joey. More squeals and screams filled the air, drowning out the song playing overhead. Then it was a mad rush to see who could get to Joey first.
Chapter 3, Joey. My eyes widened as I saw the mob, the very pretty, excited mob rushing toward me. What was happening? I'd heard about some new Joey Darling tours that had popped up in the area, but this was the first time I'd seen one for myself. Apparently, this woman was taking people around town and showing them where I lived, where I'd filmed certain movies and my favorite restaurants. Someone told me she even offered an extended after-hours tour to make it worth the time of people who'd traveled here from out of town. Where in the world would she go late into the night? I had no idea. I'd never even seen this lady before. I paused. Wait, was this the woman who delivered groceries to my house a few times? I thought she'd looked a little overeager when she offered to bring my eggs inside for me. Had she been snooping? I'd come here simply to have a nice lunch with my friends. I hadn't expected to run into Police Chief Chambers and her friend with the fiery red hair and the sassy t-shirt reading, "Forensic scientist, your crime, my passion," beneath a more professional-looking blazer. I most definitely hadn't expected a group of rabid fans to find me here and swarm me like an ice cream stand on a sweltering hot day. This was like being at one of those fan conventions where people lined up for hours to get my autograph and have pictures taken beside me. Except at those conventions, there was some type of order and reason. Right now, it felt like hysteria. I could hardly breathe as fans thrust anything they could find in my face. Napkins, pieces of paper, even a menu. They wanted my autograph. Irma would not be happy if I let people walk away with her laminated menus. I usually didn't get overwhelmed by things like this, but right now it felt like weights had been placed over my chest, making it impossible to breathe. "You guys need to back up and give her space." Chief Chambers stepped toward me and raised her hands, sounding authoritative as she enacted crowd control like it was second nature. It seemed to come as easily for her as fake accents did for me. Despite her orders, my fans were overzealous. I feared I might be trampled or eaten alive. Okay, not eaten alive. That was a bit of an overstatement. But there was one woman in the crowd who was licking her lips. Maybe it was the smell of fish that had triggered that. I'd encountered a lot of crazy people in my lifetime, but never anyone who tried to eat me. But there was always a first. I mean, there had been that one fan who stole my shoe and kept sniffing it. Where was Jackson when I needed him? The next instant, Gabby joined Cassidy. They worked to put space between me and the fans. As quickly as I could, I began signing things. Water bottles, hands, even a wallet. I cast happy smiles and tried to oblige people as they took my picture. Showing my fans how special they were to me was important. Really important. Sure, my talents and personality had earned me opportunities, but my fans had propelled me to the top. Jackson had been rehearsing with me lately about how to have stronger boundaries. He'd played Nobody But Me on his phone by the Human Beings and had me practicing singing the No, No, No part. Will you do an in-person fan event? No, 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 no. Will you show up at the grand opening of my new restaurant? No, 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 no. Will you help me solve the case of my missing brother-in-law, even though in real life you're in no way qualified for a murder investigation? No, 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 no. I really liked to snap my fingers and swing my arms in time to the music when I responded. Singing made everything happier and more friendly. Can you move this outside? Irma asked, pursing her lips as if annoyed. We do have other guests trying to enjoy a good meal here. I vowed to make things right with Irma later. I was a regular here, and I hadn't intended on any of this happening. She knew that, right? Cassidy and Gabby began to usher my fangirls outside. As they did, I glanced back at the hot chicks. They all watched with amusement in their eyes while taking pictures. Life was always an adventure when they were around. They were both my sanity and my sidekicks. I followed the group outside into the brisk January air and continued with the pictures and autographs. The good news was that it was an overcast day, which meant I wouldn't have any weird midday shadows on my face. It was the small things in life you needed to appreciate, right? Once I'd signed the last item, I excused myself. My shrimp salad wasn't going to be quite as fresh when I got back to my table. Cassidy and Gabby walked with me back inside. Is it always like that when you're around? Gabby asked, curiosity tinging her voice. No, not always, I told her, but I have my moments. I can't even imagine what it would be like to not be able to have lunch in peace. My fans don't mean any harm, not usually, not most of them. Even as I said the words, I remembered my Super Stalker fan club. That was the unofficial name I'd given a specific group of overzealous fans. Some of the members were innocent, just huge fans. Others veered toward the side of being obsessed. Unhealthily obsessed. Yes, moments like that could go sideways fast. Really, thank you for helping, I told Gabby and Cassidy. I didn't mean to set off a fandom bomb during your lunch. I just spotted you across the restaurant and wanted to say hi. I glanced over and the hot chicks waved. I wouldn't be able to stay here much longer, I realized. As soon as my fans came back inside, it would be chaos again. The best thing I could do was to leave out the back door and let everyone else here eat in peace. Chief Chambers suddenly stopped in front of me, and I had to pretend to be Freeze Frame. Freeze Frame was a superhero from one of the very first movies I'd ever been cast in. She could stop at a moment's notice. Yeah, it was no wonder that movie had never gained any momentum. Even I forgot about it. At least I wanted to forget about it. Anyway, I stopped mere centimeters from colliding with her and asked, "Everything okay?" Unlike me, Chief Chambers didn't seem like the type to overreact. She pointed to the table where she'd been sitting when I first spotted her. Roscoe, he's gone.
Chapter 4. Cassidy. I stared at the table and tried to keep my composure. Where in the world did Roscoe go? We were only gone a few minutes. You talking about the man that was sitting there? The blue-eye-shadowed hot chick asked. I turned to her, still trying to remain calm and not panic. Yes, did you see where he went? I'm dizzy, by the way. Not dizzy, as in, my head is spinning and I might pass out. That's actually my name. Anyway, when you guys stepped outside, your friend stood and headed to the back. Dizzy pointed to a hallway beside the kitchen and shrugged. Haven't seen him since. Thanks for your help. I offered a polite nod before heading that way. I bypassed the bathrooms and reached the door leading outside instead. I threw it open and glanced around. The Albemarle Sound filled my view, along with a long stretch of wheat-colored marsh grass, a beat-up blue dumpster, and a few random cars most likely belonging to the restaurant employees. But I didn't see Roscoe. Good. That probably meant he hadn't left. I was overthinking this, not something I was prone to doing. But ever since the mob scene inside the restaurant, my thoughts had been shooting all over the place. I stormed back inside and to the men's bathroom. I pounded on the door. Roscoe! Are you in there? The door opened and I braced myself to see Roscoe step out. Instead, a gangly teenager with acne stood there and muttered, "Chill out, lady." I bit back a retort. Is anyone else in there with you? Just me. It's a one-seater. He waved his hand in front of his face. Enter at your own risk. The earlier calm I was trying to maintain disappeared. I was in no mood for potty jokes right now. I stormed back into the dining area and saw Joey's fans had filed back inside and found an extra long table in the center of the dining area. Even though the group was seated, their eyes were on Joey, and then on me, then on her again. If I wasn't careful, I'd end up going viral on TikTok. That was the last thing I needed. Because of my past, I tried to stay out of the media spotlight as much as possible. I walked back to the hot chicks. You guys said you saw the man who was with me walk toward the back. By himself, right? Dizzy nodded. That's right. Sorry, but to be honest, I wasn't paying much attention. I just happened to see him slip away. Then I turned back to watch the commotion outside. It's so much fun having our own little celebrity with us. Everything okay? Gabby stepped closer, her forehead wrinkled with worry. It appears I've lost my witness. Lost a witness? I couldn't believe I had to say those words aloud. I'd never lost a witness before, and I didn't intend on having this hanging over me now either. No one had told me Roscoe was a potential runner. That seemed like a pretty important fact that should have been mentioned. I had to find Roscoe. He couldn't be far away. But that meant I needed to move. Now. Unfortunately, my conversation with Gabby would have to wait. I hoped she understood.
Chapter 5. Gabby. I watched as Cassidy searched for the man who'd been with her. We hadn't talked long enough for me to figure out who this guy was or why he was important. But based on Cassidy's actions right now, his sudden disappearance was a huge issue. Plus, she'd used the word witness. That was intriguing. She stormed back to the table just as Irma delivered our food. My soup and fries looked scrumptious, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to eat anything. Something was clearly wrong, and there was nothing I loved more than a mystery. It won out over hunger every time. For a while, solving mysteries had been my diet plan. I'm sorry to say this, but I've got to go. The man I brought with me, the one I'm responsible for, just jetted. Cassidy started to reach for something on the table before pausing. She stared at the table, a knot between her eyebrows as if something were wrong. What is it? Was there a fly in her crab soup or something? She twisted her neck. I left my phone on the table. I'd set down my phone there too. The sudden appearance of Joey and her throng of fans had distracted me, I supposed. I'd stood to help, thinking I'd be right back. Then I wasn't. And now. I followed her gaze to the table, and my stomach dropped. My files were still in a pile at the center, but my phone was now missing also. Why would he take my phone? Just to create havoc? Maybe. Whatever reason, it was super annoying. Cassidy leaned down, looking under the table and on the emerald green upholstered bench seat. Then she let out a long, annoyed breath. My car keys are gone also. Her jaw was stiff as she said the words. Her keys? I'd seen those on the table, beside her phone. Things weren't looking good for her, were they? A pang of compassion rushed through me. This is just great. She crossed her arms. I don't even know how this happened. I had the impression she was having a bad day. My phone is gone too, but I still have my keys, I told her. I can drive you anywhere you need to go. Come on. I grabbed my files. Maybe we could talk on the way to wherever. I wasn't really sure where we might find this guy, but I could tell that locating him was urgent. As much as I'd been excited about eating here, Joey's fangirls were a bit overwhelming. Joey herself had disappeared back to the table with the hot chicks, but chaos still zapped through the air. Besides, I was always up for adventure. Sometimes I was up for a little too much adventure. The exploring abandoned theme parks, investigating things that go bump in the night, tracking down serial killers type of adventures. Honestly, only God's grace had kept me alive. If you don't mind, that would be great. Cassidy grabbed her wallet from her pocket and dropped some cash on the table. Lunch is on me. I'd fully intended on treating her, but this didn't seem like the time to argue. One look at her determined expression, and I knew she'd refuse anyway. Instead, we hurried outside, and Cassidy stopped in her tracks. Her eyes narrowed as she muttered, "That little turd took my car." She didn't sound happy, and I couldn't blame her. Nor did she seem like the type to use the words, "little turd." It made me like her even more. I pulled my keys out, twirling them around on my finger as we hurried to my car. Riley's car, actually. My Miata got terrible gas mileage, so I'd driven Riley's new car instead, a fuel-efficient hybrid Toyota Highlander we'd bought 6 months ago. I clicked the button on my key fob to unlock the SUV. Then I climbed behind the wheel, and Cassidy sat in the seat beside me. Just as I cranked the engine, the door to the back seat behind me opened. I sucked in a breath and braced myself. Someone uninvited had climbed in my car before I could lock the doors. That usually meant trouble. Was it a ruthless killer? A greedy drug lord? A relentless carjacker? Or was it someone even more dangerous?
Chapter 6. Joey. It's me! Your favorite movie star. I popped my head between the two front seats of the Highlander, eager to get in on the action. What are you waiting for? Let's get going. Chief Chambers glanced behind her in surprise before her shoulders slumped. Joey? You shouldn't scare me like that. I was ready to draw my gun. Her gun? Whoa, that sounded serious. Don't do that, I urged. I'm on your side. I want to help. Thank you for the offer, but you don't need to help, Joey. The chief's jaw tightened as she shook her head. Gabby and I can handle this. She was talking crazy now. I insist. This whole situation is all my fault. I distracted you, and that awkward-looking man you were in charge of watching got away. I can't sit back and do nothing. The chief opened her mouth as if to argue again. Then she glanced at her watch and sighed. Truthfully, I don't have time to argue right now. The longer I wait, the farther away Roscoe can get. We've got to go. I took that as an invitation to stay and clicked my seatbelt in place. Roscoe, huh? I tried not to smile. You know what he always says. Cuff 'em and stuff 'em, Gabby and I said at the same time before laughing. Our laughter died when we saw the serious look on Chief Chambers' face. Is he a fugitive? A thrill of excitement rushed through me as my mind raced with possibilities. No, I know. He's a lame-o husband running from spousal support because he can't stand his ex-wife, right? Or maybe a whistleblower who dished details on an evil pharmaceutical company. Or how about a lottery winner being pursued so aggressively by greedy family members that he had to take drastic measures? Gabby backed out of the parking space and pulled out of the lot. No, he's not a fugitive, a wayward spouse, a whistleblower, or a lottery winner, Chief Chambers said. He's a witness. Oh, a witness? Like in that movie Hot Pursuit with Reese Witherspoon? She's such a sweetie. We used to get dinner together sometimes back when I lived in L.A. Anyway, don't sheriffs usually transport witnesses? Or marshals? Which one is it again? All the different law enforcement agencies can be so confusing sometimes. Chief Chambers didn't answer my question. I'm driving him to another police station as a favor. She scanned the area around us, totally focused on finding this guy. Focused like a boss. A pirate boss. If only she'd used the accent. But I was getting distracted right now with my trivial thoughts when what I really needed was some of the chief's focus. What's your car look like? Gabby turned right onto a side road, headed toward the highway. Is it a police cruiser? No, my work SUV is in the shop. I drove my personal vehicle. It's a white Subaru Legacy. You think this guy ran? Or did someone take him? I knew I probably shouldn't ask questions, but I couldn't help myself. Who is he even? What exactly did he witness? A murder? I don't know much about him, only that I was in charge of transporting him to another police station, the chief said. Fatty's was on my way, which is why I agreed to meet Gabby today. I'm assuming he grabbed both of our phones along with my keys and ran, though I have no idea why. Chief Chambers continued to keep her gaze laser-focused out the window, as if determined not to miss a single detail. Is he a criminal? I asked, still craving more details. I mean, aren't most witnesses? They have been in my limited fictional TV experience. Gabby chuckled but kept her eyes on the road. Roscoe isn't a violent criminal, Chief Chambers said. I believe he's testifying in traffic court, and he can't drive himself down there because he doesn't have a license or a car. Honestly, I didn't ask that many questions. This wasn't supposed to be a big deal. I most definitely didn't know the man was a flight risk. We reached the main highway that cut through town. This guy could have gone in either direction, to the left toward Kitty Hawk and Kill Devil Hills, or to the right, which would take us toward Monteo or even across the water to mainland North Carolina. Which direction would the chief choose? Head left, Chief Chambers said decisively. It'll be easier for him to blend in more in a populated area. Clever. I always knew the chief was brilliant. I looked back at Gabby, still curious about her. So you're a forensic scientist. That's fascinating. I enjoy it. She hit the accelerator and pulled into the opposite lane, flawlessly merging with traffic. At Stewart Forensics, we generally work with private parties who hire us to dive deeper into the forensics of various crimes. Sometimes overworked police departments will also hire us for independent analysis. And that's where the taxidermy comes in? Again, I should stop asking questions, but I couldn't help myself. This was all so intriguing. It's kind of a long story. Gabby pulled to a stop at a traffic light. I'd love to share more details later. I'd love to hear it. I'd call this in, but Roscoe took my phone. Chief Chambers shook her head, aggravated at Roscoe and herself, if I had to guess. You can use mine if you want. Just as I said the words, my cell buzzed with a text. It was Jackson, my husband. Why didn't I think about calling him earlier? As a detective here in Nag's Head, he could totally help us right now. I probably hadn't thought about it because I'd vowed to him to stay out of trouble, something I was terrible at doing. The song began playing in my head again, and I mentally sang, "No, no, 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 no." Oh, in case you didn't remember, my husband is a detective here in Nag's Head, I told Chief Chambers and Gabby. He's texting me right now. Do you want me to tell him what's going on? Chief Chambers thought about it before shaking her head. Not yet. I want to find this guy first. If word gets out that I lost a witness, I won't live it down. Guilt pressed on me. Though I knew this situation wasn't directly my fault, it still felt like my fault. If that mob of excited fans hadn't shown up. Nobody But Me began playing, the no part specifically, and not just in my mind, in real life. Jackson had programmed it himself as my new ringtone to remind me to keep my boundaries in place. It appeared as if I hadn't responded to his text fast enough, so he'd called instead. I realized I needed to answer, but I wouldn't tell Jackson what was happening, because Chief Chambers wasn't the only person who wouldn't live this down. I'd promised to stay out of trouble, and I had, until trouble had found me and roped me in like a bull at a rodeo.
Chapter 7. Cassidy. My mind raced. There was clearly more to what was going on here than I'd been told, and I didn't like being kept in the dark. I was going to have a very serious talk with Chief Graves as soon as I found Roscoe. If I were Roscoe, where would I go? I supposed it depended on if I was running, hiding, meeting someone, or who knew what else the man might be doing. I knew virtually nothing about Roscoe. After I'd picked him up, he'd talked to me about math of all things. I let him ramble on about whatever. As we headed north up the highway, I tried to think through various scenarios. I'd had no clue that Roscoe may not have wanted to be brought to the police station across the water. I'd been given no indication of that possibility. But something obviously had him spooked and made him want to run. Had he seen someone? Or maybe he'd run because he didn't want to testify in this traffic court case. Some people were intimidated by the court system. Either way, it sounded like Roscoe was in trouble. Somehow, I needed to find out more information without showing my hand. On second thought, I do need to use your phone, I told Joey. Sure thing. She held her phone up, and for a moment I thought she was taking a selfie and started to roll my eyes. I wasn't a selfie girl myself, probably because I had no social media and no place to post those kinds of photos. Not with my history and the long list of enemies I'd accumulated. Then I realized Joey was using the facial recognition to unlock it, and my faith in her was restored. She handed me her phone, and I dialed my own number. To my surprise, someone answered. Wind blasted against the speaker, however, making it difficult to hear. Where are you, Roscoe? I gripped the phone more tightly. I can't testify at this trial, and nobody's going to make me. Roscoe's voice pitched higher with panic. The facts didn't click in my mind. What had I gotten myself into? Who was he testifying against? More wind blasted the phone speaker until he said, "Let's just say there's been a lot of pressure on me. And I don't handle pressure well, nor do I handle change. None of this was in my plans." "The best thing you can do is to tell me where you are," I told him. "I can help you." "You're going to take me in." "I don't want that." I recalculated, determined to make him see the truth. Fussing at him would only make him keep running, and that wasn't a good option. I licked my lips before continuing. "Roscoe, as of right now, you've stolen my car along with 2 phones. As soon as I call this in, the police will start looking for you. You could be arrested and go to jail, which would be worse than testifying at the trial. Why don't we do things the easy way?" He paused as if considering my words. I held my breath, praying he'd see things my way. Maybe this wouldn't be as complicated as I'd assumed. He'd come around to my way of thinking. We'd pick him up, and I'd take him to Chief Graves. End of story. I could put this behind me, talk to Gabby, and then get home to Ty and Faith. The wind hit the speaker still, indicating Roscoe was still on the line. Then he said, "I'm sorry." "I can't do that, Chief." I started to argue, but the next second, the phone went dead. I tried my number again, but this time the call went straight to voicemail. Roscoe had either silenced my phone or turned it off. But I had another trick up my sleeve. I called my husband, Ty. "Hello?" His voice sounded stiffer than usual as he answered. Then I realized he didn't recognize this number. "Hey, hun." "It's me. I know you have a busy day of meetings, and I'm sorry to bother you." I glanced out the window in time to see a lime green, hot rod-style car speed by, probably going 20 miles over the speed limit. I wished I could pull the driver over, but this wasn't my jurisdiction, and I had bigger fish to fry at the moment. "Cass? Whose phone are you on?" "It's a long story, but I had to borrow one. I promised to explain later. In the meantime, I was hoping you could hop on your Find Friends app and see where my phone is right now." "I won't ask, but I'm curious." "Don't worry, I'll tell you more later," she said, then thought, "Once I find Roscoe and can laugh about this." "Got it." "I'm going to put you on speaker while I look." People murmured in the background, and I imagined the guys who worked for him talking amongst themselves during a break in their meeting. Ty ran a private security group called Blackout, and I knew they were busy today with meetings. That was why I had hated to interrupt him, but this couldn't wait. "Okay, I see it now," Ty murmured. "It looks like your phone is near Jeanette's pier." "In the parking lot, toward the back." "Perfect," I told him. "You're a lifesaver. Let me know if you need anything else." My next meeting starts in 30 minutes and should last an hour or so, but if it's an emergency, you can always interrupt me. My heart warmed. I wasn't sure what I did to deserve someone like Ty in my life, but I was so glad God had smiled down on me. He was an amazing man. "I love you, hun," I murmured. "Thanks, and I hope the meeting goes well." Blackout was bringing in a new set of hires. Again. The company just kept growing and growing. It brought me joy to see the good work Ty was doing and how fulfilled he was. We had a nice life for ourselves on Lantern Beach with our 3-year-old daughter, Faith, and some of the best friends a family could ask for. I ended the call and started to hand the phone back to Joey. As I did, I noticed her screensaver. It was a picture of her and her husband, back to back, holding imaginary guns in their hands. The image was adorable and showed just how perfect those two were together. I handed the phone back to Joey and thanked her. "Where are we headed now?" Gabby glanced at me, not appearing at all put out by the change of plans. I remembered what Ty had told me and rattled off directions. It was time to catch Roscoe and put my schedule for the day back on track.
Chapter 8. Gabby. I resisted the urge to sing along as my favorite Lisa Loeb song came on. You Say. Music always made everything better, although things were pretty good right now, so I wasn't complaining. In fact, for a moment, I almost felt like I was back in my crime scene cleaning days. I imagined being with my best friend forever, Sierra, and my then man crush, Riley. We drove my white creeper van with trauma care on the side and loads of biohazard materials in the back. All while, we rode off to investigate another mystery we were not authorized to solve. That never stopped us. Looking back, I wouldn't change a thing. We'd made some great memories together, and we hadn't gotten killed, which was always a plus. But we'd had some close calls, especially with Scum, a notorious serial killer and my arch nemesis. I headed toward the pier. According to Cassidy, that was where Roscoe had stopped, though I wasn't sure why he'd stop if he was on the run. I'd think he would keep moving. There was clearly more to this story. My sources say this Roscoe guy is involved with the local mob, Joey said behind us. Cassidy jerked her head around to stare at Joey. The mob? Her words came out harsh and surprised. That's what I heard, Joey muttered, staring at her phone. And who is this source exactly? I couldn't help but ask. Where had Joey found this information? The mob and mob contacts weren't generally searchable on Google. I officially call them the Super Stalker Fan Club. Many of the members have some connections on the dark web. Joey said the words casually, as if she were talking about having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch. Some of them are also hackers and... Cassidy raised her hand and fisted it. Say no more. The less I know about that, the better. However, if I was transporting someone testifying against the mob, certainly I would have been given a heads up. She didn't sound annoyed, more like she was in disbelief. I wondered if people underestimated her because she was a woman. I'd like to think that didn't happen in this day and time, but I knew it did. I'm just telling you what I heard, Joey shrugged. This day was getting more interesting all the time. I glanced in my rearview mirror and froze. I waited a few minutes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I wasn't. You guys? I muttered, gripping my steering wheel more tightly. What's going on? Cassidy stiffened, as if sensing something was wrong. I think someone is following us. Cassidy and Joey both craned their necks to look out the back window. I glanced in the rearview mirror again and saw the black sedan still cruising behind me. If you were being followed, it always had to be by a black vehicle. Those details were like some kind of unwritten rule. 75% of the time, the vehicle had tinted windows also. Sometimes I wondered if there was a dealership out there that only sold these types of vehicles to people who were up to no good. What gives you the impression they're following us? Cassidy asked. I stared at the vehicle another moment, keeping a firm grip on my steering wheel. This driver has had plenty of opportunities to pass me. I even slowed down when I was trying to figure out where the pier is, and this guy hasn't gone around me. Something about his pace makes me suspicious. Plus, I'd had years to hone my instincts for these kinds of things. Then it hit me like a runaway train what was at stake. I had a famous movie star and a local police chief in my Highlander. If things went wrong, this would look bad for me. The story would garner lots of attention unwanted by me. To think I'd just come to the Outer Banks to ask questions about taxidermy. Turn here and let's see what the driver does. Cassidy pointed to a side street lined with tropical-colored cookie-cutter beach houses. I turned. Sure enough, the driver followed us. Cassidy let out a soft sigh and a half eye roll. Why can't anything ever be easy? Do you want me to lose them? I had to admit, the idea kind of excited me. I hadn't had very many interesting cases lately. It had mostly been stuff with DNA. I also had a few blood spatter recreations that had been fairly interesting. No, stop the car, Cassidy muttered. My eyebrows shot up. Really? Really? I wasn't about to argue with her. Besides, I was interested in seeing where she was going with this. If you insist, I told her. I threw on the brakes. Before I could even put the Highlander in park, Cassidy stepped from the vehicle. She looked hardcore with her fearless gait and determined eyes as she charged toward the sedan behind us. I hoped she knew what she was doing. Please, Lord, don't let her die. Please.
Chapter 9. Cassidy. Now I was getting aggravated. It was bad enough my day had been turned upside down. Bad enough I hadn't been told I was transporting someone affiliated with the mob, let alone the fact I wasn't aware there was a mob presence in eastern North Carolina. Now someone was following us? I was not in the mood for this. I pulled out my badge and flashed it at the driver, though I couldn't see much through the tinted windows. I was nearly certain that glass was more than 32% tinted. which would make it illegal in North Carolina, I might add. If this was my jurisdiction, I might ticket whoever was behind the wheel. "Why are you following us?" I called. But just as I reached the car, the engine roared to life. I paused and braced myself, ready to dive out of the way if necessary. Hitting the asphalt would hurt, but it wouldn't hurt as much as being run over. The car lurched before the driver swerved out around Gabby's vehicle. Gravel flew as the tires squealed, leaving behind the scent of burning rubber. I watched the sedan race down the road. That driver had definitely been following us. Was he hoping we might lead him to Roscoe? I had so many questions, and I was determined to find out answers. I stormed back to Gabby's SUV, climbed inside, and slammed the door. Gabby and Joey remained quiet, clearly trying to gauge my mood. I wished I had a better answer to give them. "Well, I scared the driver off, but we still don't have any answers," I finally said, annoyed by the entire situation. "I did get the license plate." Joey's voice sounded half sing-song, half hesitant. "I could ask Jackson if he'd run it." Smart thinking. I'd intended on getting the license plate number myself, but the driver had pulled away too fast. "Call Jackson, but let me put in the request. I want to keep things official." "Sure thing." I'd worked with Jackson Sullivan before, and he had a good reputation as a detective in the area. I was certain his life was always interesting with Joey around. Joey murmured a few things to him before handing me the phone. "Hello, Detective Sullivan. It's Chief Cassidy Chambers from Lantern Beach. It's a really long story, why I'm with Joey." "No, she hasn't been arrested. I'd love to tell you more about what's going on later. And in the meantime, I was hoping you could run a license plate for me." "Hey, Cassidy. I'm not at my computer now, but I'd be happy to as soon as I get back to the office in 20 minutes. "Perfect. I'll have Joey text it. Does that work?" "Absolutely." Jackson paused. "Is everything okay?" "Anything I can do to help." The idea was tempting, but I couldn't take him up on it. "Not yet. If anything comes up, you'll be the first one I let know." "Sounds like a plan. Stay out of trouble." I had a feeling he said that a lot. We ended the call, then I stared back at the road in front of us. We were still 5 minutes from the pier. I hoped Roscoe was still there. But I had no clue exactly what the man was up to, or what to expect when I got there.
Chapter 10. Joey. I tried to ignore the texts coming in from the hot chicks about what had happened. They were super eager to find out details. Not only that, but some of my fans at Fatty's had apparently recorded my sudden departure. Now it was posted on social media, and speculation was abounding. Most people thought it was a stunt to promote Relentless, but a few were worried that I was in trouble. Should I tell Chief Chambers? She wouldn't be happy to hear she was getting publicity. I shrugged it off and decided not to. For now, at least. Had Jackson seen any of the videos or posts? If I had to guess, I'd say yes. When I'd first moved to the area, I'd been allowed to do ride-alongs with the police in return for doing some PR for them. My hashtag N, HPD Blues, Nag's Head PD that was, tweets had been a smashing success. That was how Jackson and I had initially gotten to know each other. Through trial and error, or should I say many trials and errors, I'd learned there were some things you shared on social media and some you didn't. I had a feeling this was one of the things we weren't supposed to put out there for all the world to read. I glanced behind us again as we took off, but the black car didn't reappear. A few moments later, Gabby pulled into a parking lot near the pier. "There's my car." Chief Chambers pointed to a Subaru at the back of the lot, perfectly perpendicular in the parking space. As soon as Gabby pulled to a stop, Cassidy opened the door. "You guys stay here, just in case. I'm going to check this out." She stepped from the Highlander, reaching beneath her jacket. She kept her hand on what I could only assume was her gun as she approached her car. "I wonder if Roscoe will be inside," I murmured. Gabby's eyes remained glued on the scene. "Cassidy's about to find out." Based on the look on Gabby's face, she was ready to spring from the vehicle and offer backup if needed. I wondered if she was trained like a cop might be, or if she strictly worked in a lab. But if she strictly worked in a lab, would she be investigating in person? I had so many questions. Was this normal? Or was she some kind of superstar in the forensic world? I needed to Google her sometime. Cassidy approached her sedan. Tension clearly etched into her muscles and each of her motions. She went to the driver's side door. Was it my imagination, or did her shoulders slump when she looked inside? "He's not there," Gabby murmured, echoing my thoughts. I frowned as my brain tried to fathom what had happened to make this man react this way. It seemed so dramatic, and I was usually one who liked drama. Where did he go? I glanced around the parking lot and down the sidewalk. I even tried to search the fishermen on the pier. I didn't see this guy anywhere. That's a great question, Gabby muttered. A second later, Cassidy motioned for us to join her. Just as we reached her, she opened the door to her sedan and grabbed something. Her cell phone and another one. Gabby's. He must have realized we could track him on the phones, so he ditched both the phones and the vehicle. Cassidy's dainty lips pulled down in a frown. I guess this guy is smarter than I gave him credit for, Gabby said. He seems so awkward at the restaurant. He's one of those people with lots of book smarts but no common sense. I thought I was transporting him because he's needed as a witness in traffic court. Cassidy took in a deep breath. He had his own license taken away after having one too many speeding tickets, and he couldn't drive himself there. Sounds sus, I murmured. And look at this. Cassidy climbed into her car and shook her head. He rearranged the papers I kept on the console. They're all folded evenly and stacked in a neat pile. So even when this guy's running for his life, he's OCD? Gabby asked. Apparently. I sighed and glanced around again. Jeanette's pier stretched in front of me, a massive structure that extended 1,000 feet into the gray, tumultuous ocean. This wasn't a rinky-dink pier. It had colossal cement pilings, neat lights, and state-of-the-art facilities inside a visitor center. It was probably why Roscoe had parked here. The place was nice and tidy. In the summer, this area was hopping with visitors, but it was too cold outside now for many people to be out enjoying the stretch of sandy beach. Most tourists didn't come to this area in January. It was hard to enjoy the beach, get some sun or body surf when it was 34 degrees outside and overcast. However, the swells off the ocean were huge today, and a handful of surfers were in the water in their wetsuits. Who I didn't see was Roscoe. Escaping on foot seems risky. Cassidy frowned and glanced across the parking lot, surveying it for any signs of the man. I guess it's possible he had a friend pick him up, Gabby suggested. I already looked at my phone to see if he made any calls, and he didn't, Cassidy said. He doesn't have a phone. That's what he told me, at least. And my gut tells me he's not the type to have a lot of friends. I can see that. Gabby grabbed her own phone. Let me check mine. She looked at the screen and her eyebrows flickered up. It looks like he did use my phone. He called Dasher. That's the rideshare service, right? Would he really have done that? Cassidy thought about the possibility a moment before tilting her head. He might have. Remember that no common sense thing I mentioned? So what do we do now? I asked. Cassidy twisted her neck before nodding slowly. We see if we can figure out where this Dasher driver might have taken him.
Chapter 11. Gabby. I cruised up and down Beach Road several times, searching for any signs of Roscoe or his rideshare driver. Meanwhile, Cassidy was waiting for a call back from Dasher. This left us with time to kill. As if Spotify was reading my mind, Wasting Time by Need to Breathe began to play through my speakers. I resisted the urge to drum my fingers and sing along. It might seem irreverent. What do you want me to do now? I glanced at Cassidy as I came to a stop at a traffic light. Joey leaned between the front seats and pointed. There's a great coffee house right there. How about if we get some coffee and reevaluate? Reevaluating is always a good choice. Cassidy said the words with a sigh. I'm in favor of that. When do you need to have Roscoe at the station? I asked. The court case is tomorrow, so I was supposed to get him there by this evening. I nodded slowly as I thought that through. Finding him before this evening seemed like a big task. It was already 2:00. Since it was winter, it would be getting dark in only a few hours. As Cassidy placed her phone on the console, I caught sight of a picture of a darling girl with blonde curls, probably 3 years old. In the photo, the girl stood on the beach with a muted pink sunset behind her and a toothy grin on her face. Is that your daughter? I could see the resemblance and knew the truth even before I heard Cassidy's answer. Cassidy grinned and picked up the phone again to look at the picture. Yes, that's Faith. She's the biggest blessing to me and has changed my life in wonderful ways. I bet, I murmured. Cassidy totally glowed as she talked about her daughter, the way a mom should glow when talking about her children. "How about you?" She glanced at me. "I know you're married. Do you have any kids?" I swallowed hard. I should have known better before asking that question. It only made sense for her to ask me the same, but it was a subject I didn't love talking about. "No, we don't." I almost added, "not yet," but I stopped myself. There may not ever be a yet, and I was learning to live with that possibility. I always found myself in trouble, so I figured maybe it was better if I didn't have kids. Maybe God knew that too. Then why did I feel so sad about it? I cleared my throat, pushing away the gloomy thoughts. But I have a dog, a Shepherd Basenji mix named Sir Watson. I have a dog also. Cassidy's voice shifted as she changed the subject. A golden retriever named Cujo. Animals are great. "I should get another dog," Joey muttered. "I mean, I have a great one named Ripley. But I'd like a corgi. If I ever get one, I'll name her Entourage." "Why?" "Then when I'm going somewhere, I can say I'm bringing my entourage with me." I hid my smile. A moment later, I pulled into the lot at the coffee house and parked. Sunrise Coffee Company looked like my kind of place, similar to The Grounds, my favorite coffee shop in Norfolk. The national chains were fine, but I liked the local shops better. Why feed a big machine to keep them alive while leaving mom-and-pop stores on life support? We headed inside, and I ordered a large Americano with an extra shot of espresso. Since we would be here a few minutes, I also ordered a toasted plain bagel with blueberry cream cheese. I'd missed lunch, and I was getting hungry. Once we all had our drinks, we found a table in the corner. The top was covered with stickers from all over the country: Colorado, California, Maine. There were restaurants, shops, and even a few bands. Ladderback chairs that had been painted black had been shoved around the table, and gentle acoustic music played overhead. Cassidy kept looking at her phone as if willing Dasher to call her back. Right now, it was a waiting game. We had no other leads or ideas on how to find this guy. "At what point do we admit we've lost Roscoe?" I asked Cassidy, careful to use the word "we" instead of "her," even though I had no commitments to bringing this guy in like she did. She glanced at her watch and frowned. "It's already 3. Ideally, I would have him there by 5 or 6 at the latest. But even after I find him, the drive is an hour, so I don't see how I'll get him there tonight." "As long as he's there for court in the morning, it sounds like that's the important thing," I said. "My husband is a lawyer, so I hear shop talk all the time." "I guess that's true. Hopefully, Dasher will call back soon with an update." "Let's hope," I murmured, because I knew time was running out. Cassidy glanced at her phone one more time before looking up at me and saying, "So, now that we have a moment, tell me about this taxidermy thing." I explained the case to her. As I mentioned earlier, a man named Brett Dunnigan died in the waters off Lantern Beach this past summer. His family paid my company to examine his death. Since he died fairly recently, there were still samples taken from his autopsy we were able to examine. When I tested them, I found traces of several chemicals that aren't usually tested during the standard examination by the ME. "And?" Cassidy asked. "I found traces of formaldehyde, borax, and alum." The combination perplexed me at first. These aren't things that are always tested for, so the medical examiner didn't do any extra tests. However, I then realized that those chemicals are a mix usually used in taxidermy, at least in days past it was. There are more modern ways of doing things, but some people haven't adopted those ways. "Was this guy a hunter by chance?" Joey asked. "No. His family had no reasonable explanation as to why those chemicals would be present." "Would those chemicals be in the tissue samples if this guy simply touched them?" Joey asked. "Or would he have had to ingest something?" "They can show up in our samples if they're ingested, injected, or inhaled," I told her. However, some inhaled substances, particularly volatile organic compounds like solvents, can quickly dissipate from the body making detection more difficult if the time since inhalation is significant. But even if the original substance is no longer present, its breakdown products, also called metabolites, may still be detectable in the body. Joey nodded slowly. How interesting and complicated. There were no other signs of foul play, and this man didn't have a criminal record. He was a mechanic. I shifted. And here's where things really got interesting for me. I decided to look into the other drowning deaths that occurred in North Carolina over the past 8 months. I looked for similarities between the deaths, and I discovered 3 other people who all drowned in the Outer Banks in the early morning hours. And? Joey asked. It was a rather lengthy process, but I got approval from the state and the victims' families to look at samples from their autopsies as well. Through that, I discovered they also had traces of these chemicals in their tissues. That is weird, Cassidy muttered. I don't really believe in coincidences. Now I'm trying to figure out what links these deaths. I took another sip of my Americano. I came down here hoping to find out anything about taxidermists in the area. That's where I'd like to start investigating, at least. When I looked online, I noticed there was only one business advertising that. It's owned by a man named Lane Banasiewicz. As far as I know, there's no one who does it on Lantern Beach, Cassidy said. But it's very interesting that all 4 victims had that mix of chemicals found in their tissues. You said they all drowned in North Carolina? That's right. 1 in Lantern Beach, 2 in Nag's Head, and 1 in Hatteras. Did I mention I did an episode of Relentless on this once? Joey piped in. A taxidermist was killing people. But how accurate were the details on your show? I asked. Our writers did their research. It all sounded very believable. Not like Grey's Anatomy, where the writer, researcher, expert was a total fraud. Huh? Actually, never mind, Cassidy shifted, still gripping her coffee with one hand and her phone with the other. So, you think these drownings were actually murders? I can't ignore the similarities. Cassidy twisted her head in thought. I'd think the same thing in your shoes. So someone killed these people and made their deaths look like accidental drownings? Joey asked. Who would do that? I let out a breath. I've been trying to figure that out myself. What kind of people use these chemicals? Cassidy absently played with the edge of a sticker for the Ron John's surf shop as she spoke. Is the combination only used in taxidermy? It's usually people who do taxidermy, or it could be a mortician, a hunter, or maybe even someone working in a museum. I turned to Cassidy. Do you know anyone who fits that description? Cassidy sighed before shrugging. Not off the top of my head. There are no museums on Lantern Beach. We do have a doctor who acts as our medical examiner, and of course we have hunters. I'd have to ask around to give you a more solid answer. Did you know that people who work with carpet, cabinetry, and wood also use formaldehyde for part of their process? Joey asked. Cassidy and I both turned toward her, unable to hide our surprise. How in the world had she known that? She shrugged. The episode I did on taxidermy for Relentless talked about it. A carpenter was one of our red herrings. Good to know, Cassidy said, a new ring of admiration in her voice. Joey beamed with pride. Then her smile faded as she glanced at her phone and murmured, "Uh-oh." I froze. I didn't like the sound of that, "uh-oh." Joey? She glanced at her phone, and her face went pale as she looked back up. I waited for what she had to say, dread pooling in my gut as I anticipated the worst.
Chapter 12. Joey. My mouth dropped open as I stared at my phone. Disbelief clutched me. This couldn't be happening. Joey? Chief Chambers stared at me, waiting with anticipation in her gaze. I hit my phone screen, probably too hard because my finger ached afterward. I frowned as I continued to stare at it. No! That hadn't just happened. But it had. I couldn't deny reality. Not for very long, at least. You're making me really nervous. Chief Chambers set her coffee down, focusing all her attention on me. I didn't mean to. My voice trembled as beads of sweat popped across my forehead like prairie dogs in a field at dinner time. You didn't mean to what? Gabby narrowed her eyes as she observed me. What's going on, Joey? I frowned, knowing I had no choice but to fess up. I don't know how this happened, but I must have hit a button on my phone when I was looking up something a few minutes ago. And Chief Chambers continued to probe me with her gaze. And I swallowed hard. Somehow, I accidentally streamed our conversation live on my social media. My words came out fast as if to make the admission less painful. It didn't work. Chief Chambers' eyes widened and she let out a disbelieving chuckle. Wait, are you telling me you just streamed our entire conversation about losing Roscoe and Gabby's taxidermy case? I needed to reassure her, and fast. It's not a big deal. As soon as the video finishes buffering, I'll delete it. It's only been a couple of minutes. How many people could have possibly seen it? At my words, I glanced at my screen and my stomach clenched. 2,000 people had already seen it? How was that even possible? Joey? Measured patience stretched through Chief Chambers' voice. What is it? I shook my head quickly, wishing I could rewind time. It's nothing. I mean, I guess it is something. More people saw the video than I thought. She began to rub the space between her eyes. Then she lowered her hand and asked, How many people? I told her. She groaned and closed her eyes. How does that even happen? I have no idea. I shrugged and left my shoulders raised as tension gripped me. Nothing like this has ever happened before, I promise. I'll delete the video before anyone else sees it. I wasn't 100% sure exactly what was going on with Cassidy's case, but I knew the truth. If people had been following my social media, they would have seen me with the police chief and Gabby. They may have gotten curious. Maybe the wrong person had gotten curious, or word had gotten back to whoever these bad guys were. If that was the case, then I'd just made this a whole lot more complicated. Chief Chambers' phone buzzed and she glanced at it. I have an update. Her gaze went to my phone and she frowned. You're not live streaming anything, are you? I shook my head but glanced at my phone just to be sure. Nope, it's all clear. Great. Because it's my police chief friend in Plymouth. I have no doubt he's calling to make sure everything is on track. What are you going to tell him? Gabby wrapped her fingers around her paper coffee cup. Chief Chambers frowned again. I can't lie. But I can't tell him the truth either. That means I need to buy time.
Chapter 13. Cassidy. I clicked the button on my phone that sent my call to voicemail. I'd call the chief back in a moment. I just couldn't deal with explaining things to him right now. Not until I knew more. Instead, I texted, in the middle of something. We'll call back in a moment. I couldn't believe our entire conversation had been live streamed, and not just by anyone, but by Joey Darling, who had millions of followers. I needed to put that fact out of my head. But I couldn't deny the complications that could arise. For starters, we'd named names. We'd given details. We'd said things I hadn't intended to be public. I swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. Why was everything turning out to be so complicated today? My phone buzzed again. I expected it to be Chief Graves. Instead, it was Dasher. I answered this call and listened to the manager's update. When the conversation was over, I turned to Gabby and Joey. Well, Dasher said they should know something within 20 minutes. I have to kill time until then. What do you say we go give this taxidermy guy a visit? I think that sounds like a great idea. Gabby crumpled the wax paper from her bagel into a ball and looked at Joey. Can you spare the time? Can I spare the time? I don't know. Can Steve Harvey rock hosting a game show? Joey nodded enthusiastically again. It beats sitting around here and twiddling my thumbs. Let's go then. Gabby stood and tossed her trash into a nearby trash can. We headed back to her SUV. She plugged the address into her phone and we took off down the road. Lane Banasiewicz's office was only 10 minutes away, which should work in our favor. What did you say his name is? Joey asked. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Gabby shrugged. Banasiewicz. Maybe with an emphasis on the second syllable, I suggested. Banasiewicz? You think that last name is bad? Joey said. You should hear my real name. Do share. I was genuinely curious. Schermerhorn, Josephine Schermerhorn. She waved her fingers in the air. That's me. You can see why I went with Joey Darling instead. I smiled. For all of Joey's fame and success, she truly was down to earth and personable. It was hard not to like her, even if she did make life more complicated. We pulled up to an old house located on Croatan Highway that had been converted into a business. I squirmed when I saw the stuffed animals in the windows. And when I say stuffed animals, I didn't mean the cuddly children's teddy bear type of stuffed animals. I meant foxes, otters, and other sorts of wild animals, ones that had been alive at one time. I shuddered. This case Gabby was working on. Someone hadn't tried to taxidermy people, had they? The thought was horrifying. Hopefully that wasn't the case, and there was another reason these chemicals had been found in the victims. The sign on the door said that the business was open. We climbed the steps, I pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. Instantly, I was transported to 10th grade biology class when we had to dissect a pig. I'll never forget that horrible moment. Right now, it was the scent of formaldehyde that took me back in time, and not in a good way. A wooden desk stretched in front of the door with a calendar, clock, and phone atop it, but no one sat in the burgundy swivel chair behind it. Hello? Gabby called. Mr. She hesitated, as if trying to figure out how to pronounce his last name. Mr. Banasiewicz? Again, there was no answer. It seemed strange that someone had left their business unattended like this. I headed toward a room in the back to see if someone was there and simply hadn't heard us. Gabby and Joey followed on my heels. As I stepped past a creepy-looking cluster of stuffed rats, my gaze went to the floor. Drops of blood dotted the yellowing beige linoleum. I reached for my gun, my spine stiffening. Watch your step, I told Gabby and Joey as I pointed to the blood. I carefully avoided the spots. Then I crossed to the other side of the table. Mr. Lane Banasiewicz was here, only he was on the floor, unmoving, with blood around him.
Chapter 14. Gabby. I gasped when I saw the man on the floor. Was that his blood I'd tiptoed around? I've got this! Joey scrambled ahead of Cassidy and darted toward the man. Mr. Banasiewicz lay on the floor between two tables, his arms sprawled out beside him and legs tucked to the side. His poofy gray hair formed a halo over his head as it spread across the floor. Albert Einstein, I realized. That was who this man looked like. Joey dropped to her knees beside him, brought her hands together, and began doing chest compressions. At least, that was what I thought she was doing, until she started singing, "Stayin' Alive." Cassidy and I both stared at her in shock. She wouldn't be this irreverent in a situation like this. Right? Joey, Cassidy asked, I just took CPR classes. This is what they told me to do, chest compressions to the rhythm of Staying Alive. Joey began singing in time with the dance-like movements, even throwing in some shoulder shrugs and head bobs. I was fairly certain when her instructors had taught her to use that song, they hadn't said to twist and bounce her body with flair as if she were in a musical. All of a sudden, Mr. Banasiewicz propelled himself into an upright position and drew in a deep breath as if life had suddenly returned to him. It had been Joey's song, hadn't it? She'd saved him. Mr. Banasiewicz? Cassidy's mouth gaped with surprise. He scowled, not the slightest hint of gratitude in his gaze. His glare deepened when he saw Joey. What in the world are you doing, foolish girl? Saving your life, she explained with a quick shrug that screamed, duh, and you're an ungrateful Neanderthal. Saving my life? His nostrils flared, and he ran a hand over his sweater vest. I wasn't dead. You could have cracked a rib. Joey shrugged, this time the duh factor gone and replaced with offense. I saw the blood. Then I saw you on the floor. You were lying there not moving. You looked dead to me. I might be old, but I'm not dead yet. He scowled. Wait, had he just quoted Monty Python? No, because that might mean he had a sense of humor. I cut my finger on a knife and fainted, he continued. Whenever I see blood, I pass out. It's happened to me since I was a child. Wait. Cassidy turned toward Joey. You didn't check for his pulse before starting CPR? No time. I jumped into action. Joey shrugged. Every second counts when it comes to saving a person's life. I couldn't argue with her statement. Every second did count in life or death situations. But there were still some guidelines people had to keep in mind. We had an episode of Relentless where I saved someone's life after a heart attack, and if there had been 3 seconds difference, the man wouldn't have survived. 3 exact seconds? I asked, unable to hide my skepticism. It was right there in the script. She shrugged. In a way, it was kind of amusing, but I didn't say that aloud, and I didn't dare let out the snortle that tickled my nose like an oncoming sneeze. Lane turned toward us, blood still dripping from his finger, similar to the derision dripping from his gaze. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Cassidy handed him a napkin, and he placed it on his finger, which still gushed blood. "Do we need to take you to the hospital?" "Don't be ridiculous." He turned up his nose. "I'll be fine." "Very well, then." Cassidy pressed her lips together as if she were biting her tongue. I stepped closer. "I'm here on behalf of Stewart Forensics." "What in the world is that?" Lane practically rolled his eyes. This man really was abrupt and pretty unlikable. "We're an independent forensic lab based out of North Carolina. So you're not here in an official capacity?" He stared at me as if looking for an out. I remained unfazed, not giving him the pleasure of seeing any discomfort. "I'm not with the government, if that's what you mean." He smirked as if he liked that answer. "But I am the police chief in Lantern Beach." Cassidy flashed her badge, and his smirk disappeared. "Why are you all here?" That was what I'd been trying to tell him before he interrupted me. "I'm looking into a string of drownings up and down the North Carolina." He cut her off. "Drownings? What do I look like? A lifeguard? Watch out, David Hasselhoff." This man was really grating on my last nerve. "If you'd let me finish," I leveled my gaze with him and held it, tired of being cut off. Finally, he rolled his eyes and looked away. "Continue." "Thank you for your permission." I kept those words silent. 6 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. Sarcasm had been my middle name. I explained the mix of chemicals found on the 4 victims. Then I showed him photos of those people on my phone. "Do you recognize any of them?" He glanced at me as if he wanted to blurt something sharp and cutting. Instead, he asked, "Why would I recognize them? Do you think I plan to stuff them only to change my mind and drown them instead? I'm not exactly a bodybuilder. In fact, my doctor tells me not to lift more than 30 pounds because I've got a bad back. I'm just asking questions. Do you have any idea why that mix of chemicals might end up in their systems? If anybody might have a good idea, it would be this guy. But he wasn't coming across as super helpful. How should I know? He stared at me as if I were an idiot. "Do you use that mix for anything?" I glanced behind him at a wooden shelf laden with various bottles. "I have my own unique signature I use. I don't tell anyone exactly what it is. It helps me maintain my reputation as being the best in the area. That unique signature also makes it easier to identify a connection with the killer I'm investigating for 4 supposedly accidental deaths." Lane's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. "Do you know anyone who uses the mix I told you about?" This conversation was seriously exhausting me. He pressed the tissue harder against his finger, a 7-foot-tall stuffed bear towering behind him, fangs exposed. "I'd look at Bryce Daniels. He considers himself a taxidermist." Something about the way he said the words inferred that he didn't consider this Bryce Daniels man a taxidermist. "You don't?" Cassidy squinted as she studied him. Lane shrugged. "We all have different methods. Mine, of course, are superior. Bryce is more of a backwoods type of guy. I personally believe there is an art to what we do, an art that should come with certain decorum." What did he mean by that? I shifted and crossed my arms, ready to wrap up this conversation. "Where can I find this Bryce guy?" "He works out of his fishing cabin. It's somewhere on the Sound in Kitty Hawk. You'll have to figure out his exact address yourself." There's a reason no one calls me Google. It's not my job to look up things or spout out facts to other people. Cassidy glanced at her phone, and her eyebrows flickered. If I had to guess, she'd just gotten an update from Dasher. "We'll find out his address," she rushed, taking a step back. "Thank you for your time." She gave me a look that indicated I should trust her. Then Joey and I followed her outside under the watchful eye of Mr. Banashewicz and all the dead animals staring at us from near the door. If I never had to go back inside the place again, I'd be happy. "I just got an update," Cassidy said. "The Dasher driver dropped Roscoe off at the post office 40 minutes ago." "Perfect," I told her. "Let's go."
Chapter 15. Cassidy. I stepped into one of the post offices located in Nag's Head, ready to find some answers. I was done playing. I needed Roscoe back in my custody. And I needed to call Chief Graves back soon, or he'd become suspicious. Gabby and Joey came inside with me. I didn't see where their presence would do any harm. I went straight to the counter, thankful I'd arrived before they closed at 4:30, which was only an hour away. I flashed my badge and asked to speak to the manager. A few minutes later, an older Asian man with a cautious smile and a name tag reading Ken came out. I introduced us. Then Ken asked, "How can I help you?" A person of interest, that was the best way I could describe Roscoe right now, was dropped off here about an hour ago, I started. I need to see what he was doing here. And no, I don't have a warrant, but he was in a public space here, so privacy rights don't apply. I pointed to a camera in the corner. I need to see the footage. I hoped Ken didn't give me a hard time. People watch TV too much and thought they were more aware of their rights than they actually were. It made my job more difficult at times. To my surprise, Ken nodded and pointed behind him. "Of course. Whatever I can do to help, follow me." He opened a half door leading behind the counter, and then the three of us followed him to a back room. He sat at a computer and pulled up the footage. "You said from about an hour ago," he clarified. "That's correct." I sat down in the chair beside him while Gabby and Joey stood behind me. "Let's see what I can find." He began to scroll. "Let me know if you see this man, and I'll stop." He scrolled several minutes, and I watched the screen carefully, looking for any sign of Roscoe, or anyone who resembled Roscoe, just in case he'd donned a disguise. "So what did this guy do?" Ken stole a quick glance at me. "Did he kill someone?" My eyebrows shot up. I hadn't expected that question from this guy, who seemed pretty straight-laced. "Unfortunately, I can't talk about those details." He nodded quickly, almost as if embarrassed. "Of course." I couldn't resist asking. I feel like I'm on an episode of Law and Order or something. "That's a great show, isn't it?" Joey piped in behind me. Ken did a double take at her, and his eyes widened. "Wait, are you—" She beamed. "Joey Darling?" "Yes, that's me." "I thought you looked familiar." But I wasn't sure if it was you or your look-alike. "There was an unfortunate incident where someone impersonated me not long ago," Joey explained. Of course, the whole thing had made headlines. I didn't want to mention it to her now, but I had heard about that. The whole case had been fascinating in a Hollywood type of way. "You're helping with this?" Ken continued, casting another glance at Joey. Unfortunately, patience was not my strength today, and this meaningless conversation was getting on my nerves. I reminded myself to be patient. Before Joey could answer, something on the screen caught my eye. "Right here! Stop!" Ken did as I asked, dropping the other conversation in the process. "Go back a few seconds." I leaned closer so I wouldn't miss anything. When he hit play again, I saw a man who was clearly Roscoe walking into the post office. He went to the P.O. boxes located on one side of the building. "Do you have a different camera that will give me another angle on this?" I asked. "Sure do." It took Ken a couple of seconds to get there, but he found the correct footage. Then I watched as Roscoe walked to one of the large boxes. Interesting. Had he brought his key with him? Had he planned on doing this the whole time? He opened one of the boxes and pulled out a black bag that was probably 12 by 12 inches. Something bulky jostled inside. I held my breath, curious about what it might be. Roscoe hadn't given any indication he'd had a P.O. box or that he may have been storing something in it. Of course, why would he tell me that? Still, the details weren't making sense. There was clearly more to this man than I'd been made aware of, and I didn't like it when people kept me in the dark. I held my breath as I continued to watch. What would Roscoe do now? What was inside of his bag? Would I be lucky enough for the camera to pick up on whatever was hidden beneath that black canvas? A moment later, Roscoe unzipped half of it. I squinted, determined not to miss anything. But Roscoe quickly zipped the bag back up and then turned to walk away. Is there any way you could get a close-up? I knew it was a long shot, but I asked anyway. I can get closer. Ken scrolled back and then hit several buttons. Cameras in real life were never as good as they were on TV. I wasn't sure why I was suddenly thinking of everything in terms of TV, probably because Joey was with me. My breath caught when I saw what he'd stored there. Wads of cash, each stacked neatly in the bag. This man was definitely planning on running. He'd been ready for it. If I had to guess, there were thousands of dollars in that bag. That much cash would get him far. And that much cash made it seem as if maybe Roscoe had been somehow involved with the mob.
Chapter 16. Joey. Real-life police investigations were always so much more painstaking than those on TV. After we saw Roscoe take the money from his P.O. box, we watched the security footage from the front of the post office also. That recording showed Roscoe walking next door to a convenience store. Cassidy, Gabby, and I had gone into the convenience store, and Chief Chambers had asserted her authority again, looking all official and everything. I made some mental notes of her mannerisms and verbiage, wondering if I could somehow incorporate them into my Raven Remington character on Relentless. 20 minutes later, we knew Roscoe had bought a prepaid phone, a Slim Jim, and a can of sour cream and onion Pringles. We watched as he activated the phone outside the store and made a call. Then he shoved the device back into his pocket and crossed the road. That left the three of us where we were right now, standing in front of the convenience store, trying to figure out where he might have gone from here. Chief Chambers frowned as she glanced across the street. Then she turned to me. Any ideas, Joey? You know this area better than anyone. She was asking me for advice? Perfect. There was nothing I loved more than giving recommendations, even when I knew nothing about the subject. In this case, however, I needed to be sure I actually had good advice. I stared across the street, then I closed my eyes, trying to envision what was on the other side of those houses. If I were Roscoe and I had a bag full of money and mob connections, where would I go? Then I opened my eyes as an answer hit me. I turned to Chief Chambers. Willy Wahoo's. What's that? Gabby wrinkled her nose. It's a restaurant/bar located on Beach Road. It's not the best place to visit, but it's open year-round, and they have a vegan menu, if that makes a difference to either of you. Sometimes I'm a vegan, sometimes I'm not. Just like sometimes I eat carbs and other times I don't. Sometimes I'm even all raw foods. Why would you think Roscoe went there? Chief Chambers effectively cut me off, which was probably a good thing since I was rambling. I blew out a breath. That's where anybody who's in trouble, who's looking for trouble, or who is causing trouble likes to go. Believe me, I have first-hand experience. Then I quickly corrected myself. That experience, however, is simply because I'd just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course. Chief Chambers gave me a look. Of course. I say we head over there and see what we can find out. Maybe it won't be that busy yet. We climbed back into Gabby's SUV and headed across the street. I hoped my hunch paid off because otherwise I had no idea where this guy would have gone. It didn't appear from watching the video that Roscoe had called another rideshare service. But he could have. Again, this all went back to the fact that real-life detective work was painstaking. We just fast-forwarded through all those parts for the TV show. Thank goodness. As soon as we pulled up to Willy Wahoo's, a shudder rippled through me. I remembered just how much I hated this place. Jackson didn't like it when I came here either, but I was with Chief Chambers and forensic queen Gabby Thomas. In other words, I was here with people who were held in high esteem, good influences. What could possibly go wrong? We stepped inside and I scanned the place. Loud music blared, a hip-hop song that sounded as if they were saying mac and cheese sticks over and over, though I was sure those weren't the lyrics. The standard smell of cheese and pretzels filled the air. Various TVs showed replays of football games overhead, and a karaoke station was set up in one corner, a pool table in the other. I really hoped Billy Corbino was not here. The man really got under my skin, and when I said that this place was trouble, he was usually right at the heart of it. But I didn't see him. He would probably come in for the night shift if I had to guess. However, as I scanned this place, I also didn't see Roscoe. Let me talk to the bartender. Chief Chambers strode across the restaurant looking like she owned the space. I had to admire a woman who could do that. She stopped in front of a man with shaggy hair and bloodshot eyes. He appeared to be a typical surfer who had to work in order to make ends meet, even though he'd rather be catching waves all day. "Can I help you, ladies?" As he asked the question, his gaze fluttered up and he saw me. Recognition flashed in his eyes. What I wasn't sure about was if that recognition was because I was an actress or because his boss abhorred me. "I'm Police Chief Cassidy Chambers from Lantern Beach. We're looking for this man." Chief Chambers showed a picture of Roscoe. She'd taken it off the security footage at the post office. He glanced at the photo and grunted as he dried a pint glass. "What about him?" "Have you seen him?" Chief Chambers asked. The bartender slowly nodded. "Sure. He was in here a few minutes ago." My heart rate kicked up a beat. Those words were exactly the ones I wanted to hear. I hadn't let my new friends down, and that made me very happy. I squeezed between two women at the bar so I could hear more. I felt them staring but pretended like I didn't. "Can you tell me what he was doing in here?" Chief Chambers continued. The bartender shrugged, obsessed with drying that one glass, which looked plenty dry. "Hard to say, really." Wasn't paying too much attention, but he came in by himself, holding some kind of black duffel bag. Several minutes later, another guy met him at that table over there. He nodded to a corner booth. More progress. "Yay!" I resisted doing a cheerleader hand clap. "And then?" Chief Chambers asked. They talked a few minutes. I asked if they wanted to order anything, but they acted as if I was interrupting something. "And then?" Gabby piped in, appearing totally invested now also. "They said they'd just be another minute." So I left them and helped a few other people. When I looked for them again, they were gone. I went to clean up the table and saw they'd left me a $20 tip at least. Chief Chambers nodded slowly, totally locked into the conversation. "Did you see where they went?" "Can't say I did." The bartender shrugged, totally not locked into the conversation. "Do you have security footage from outside this place?" He stiffened and set the glass down. "We do. Just had new cameras installed not long ago." "I'm going to need to see that footage," Chief Chambers said. He paused, his gaze suddenly aloof. "You have a warrant?" "If you want me to, I can bring lots of cops in here with a warrant," Chief Chambers said. "It will make a scene, and customers will wonder what's going on. Or you could just let me see this video so I can find this guy. From what I understand, you guys are trying to clean up your reputation here. A swarm of cops could seriously hinder that." The man grunted, then glanced around as if to see if anyone else was listening. Only 2 other waitresses were on the floor, and if I had to guess, a couple of cooks were in the back. No one was close, other than the 2 women sitting at the bar enjoying their fish tacos. The bartender moved away from the women and looked back at us. "Fine. But can we make it quick? I don't know if my boss would like this if he found out, and he'll be in about 20 minutes. "We can be fast," Chief Chambers assured him. "I don't have time to babysit you all back there, so hopefully you can figure this out on your own." His tone veered from aloof to irritated. "I'm sure we can." Chief Chambers didn't seem to care one iota if the man was irritated or not. I loved her. Even though we were close to the same age, I wanted to be just like her when I grew up. The bartender led us back into an office, turned on the computer, and pulled up the security videos. Then he told us to have at it. Chief Chambers sat down in a padded olive green desk chair and began to scroll through the footage, going back to the time we thought Roscoe would have been here. As she searched the footage, I glanced around the office, which probably belonged to Billy Corbina. It was pretty plain inside, with very few personal effects. Stacks of papers were on the floor, as well as some pay stubs. In the corner there was a stack of boxes, most likely filled with an overflow of napkins or plasticware. Nothing interesting. I glanced back at Cassidy and Gabby. Finally, Roscoe appeared on the screen as he left the bar with another man. Chief Chambers paused the video and blew up the image of the other guy. "Do either of you recognize this guy by chance?" The man was tall, with a mustache and straight long hair that came down below his shoulders. I shook my head. "Never seen him." "Me neither," Gabby said. "That's what I figured, but it can't hurt to ask, right?" Chief Chambers grabbed a pen and paper. As we watched the video of the 2 men going to a car in the parking lot, she jotted down the license plate number. Then she turned to me. "I need you to ask Jackson to run this for us." I grinned, loving it when I could be helpful. I would be more than happy to.
Chapter 17. Cassidy.
20 minutes later, we had an address.
The car belonged to a man named Arnold Schmidt. I was still doing a background check on the man to see if he had any mob connections. Arnold lived locally, so we were headed to his house now. I knew the odds probably weren't great that he'd actually be there, but I planned on finding out. Thankfully, Chief Graves hadn't called me back again to ask what was going on. Sooner or later, I'd need to give him an explanation. If I wasn't careful, I might get snappy with the man, and that wasn't what I wanted. However, he really should have informed me about what was going on with Roscoe. We wove through town and finally pulled up to a beach box-style house nestled among other similar houses. The homes were all square with comparable layouts and raised on stilts in case of flooding. This neighborhood was located on the west side of the island, an area where mostly locals lived. This side of the island wasn't as close to the ocean, therefore making the houses more affordable to locals and less enticing to tourists. To my surprise, the car in question was in the driveway. Maybe Arnold and Roscoe really had come back here. Could I be that lucky? If my calculations were correct, they'd only left Willy Wahoo's about 40 minutes ago. There should be a chance they were here. However, I had to make sure I didn't put my friends in danger as I plunged headfirst into whatever situation this was. I turned to Joey and Gabby. "Stay here while I check it out." "But," Joey started. "Are you sure?" Gabby asked at the same time. "Yes, I'm positive." I drew my gun and gave them both a stern look. "Promise me." They nodded quickly, acknowledging my words. Feeling 50% confident they'd listen, I stepped out, still holding my gun at my side. I climbed the steps, my feet echoed on the deck as I headed to the bright yellow front door. I rammed my fist against the door. "Roscoe, I know you're in there. It's Chief Chambers. I need to talk to you." I waited, listening for any sign of movement. The last thing I needed was for him to run. But I heard nothing. I tried knocking again, pounding louder this time. "Roscoe, open this door. Don't make me take drastic measures." But again, I heard nothing, almost as if no one was inside. Now I was getting irritated. This wasn't a game, and I was so tired of no one cooperating. I gave the man one last chance as I pounded at the door. Just as before, nothing happened. I headed to the window and cupped my hand around my eyes to see if I could see anything inside. As I did, my breath caught. This place had been ransacked. I had to get inside and figure out what had happened. I prayed that whoever had been inside, either Roscoe or his friend Arnold, was okay.
Chapter 18. Gabby. From my seat behind the steering wheel, I watched as Cassidy peered in the window of the house. Kelly Clarkson's song, "What Doesn't Kill You," played on the radio. How appropriate. Then I watched as Cassidy stiffened. Something was wrong, I realized. I reached for my door handle but paused. The old me would have opened the door and rushed upstairs to help, but the new me remembered my promise to Cassidy to stay put. Truthfully, Cassidy had looked a little scary as she went into full-on cop mode, like someone I didn't want to cross. I didn't initially think of her that way, but did I really want to push those boundaries? Yes, I did. But I would operate with self-control. After all, I was a professional now. Older, wiser. But that reckless 20-something crime scene cleaner still wanted to emerge from me sometimes, to forget the wisdom and experience and simply dive into trouble. "I think Cassidy needs us," Joey blurted. The next thing I knew, Joey opened the door and darted out. I flinched. What had just happened? I needed to stop her. So much for vowing to stay in the car. I threw my door open and followed after her. "Joey!" She could be in trouble. Joey headed up the stairs as if she didn't have a care in the world. Part of me wanted to chide her. But how could I when I'd been this person not long ago? Truthfully, part of me still was. A secret part of me was glad she'd gotten out of my SUV because I really wanted to know what was going on. Joey stopped at the top of the stairs and glanced around. I stopped behind her. Cassidy was gone, and the front door stood open. She must have stepped inside. "Let me go first," I told Joey. "It would be better if something happened to me than if something happened to a world-famous movie star." I didn't even want to imagine the headlines that would generate. "Beloved Joey Darling killed while with police chief and forensic expert." Hollywood starlet dies. What was she doing with her unlikely companions anyway? Researching a new role? Joey Darling killed while investigating a crime she and her companions were never supposed to solve. I quickly darted in front of Joey and paused by the door. As I peered inside, my eyebrows shot up. The place had been trashed. Tables had been turned over, bookshelves cleared, plates smashed. But as I looked at the kitchen floor, my breath caught. Blood smeared across the square, gray tiles. Fresh blood that was still red and liquid. Something bad had just happened here. I prayed Cassidy was okay. I didn't see her anywhere. I wanted to call out for her, yet I didn't want to give away our presence in case the bad guy was still nearby. "What happened?" Joey whispered behind me. "I told you to stay in the car." Cassidy stepped out from a bedroom, shoving her gun back into the holster at her waistband as she scowled. "It was my idea," Joey rushed. "I was worried about you. It looks like we got here too late. No one is here, but..." Cassidy nodded at the blood on the floor. "Do you mind?" I pointed toward the crime scene. "Trace evidence is kind of my thing." "Go right ahead, as long as you don't touch anything. In the meantime, I'm going to have to call local law enforcement and let them know about this." I carefully stepped over some books and broken picture frames before pausing at the entrance to the kitchen. I observed the space. One of the first things I noticed was that all the papers on the fridge were neat, hanging in an orderly fashion. Then I saw how the cups in one of the cabinets with glass doors were lined up perfectly. The towels hanging from the dishwasher door were each the same length and lined up perfectly. Roscoe had definitely been here. Cassidy turned to me, her phone in hand, though she hadn't dialed yet. "What are you thinking?" I pointed to some broken glass on the floor between the dining room and kitchen. "I think the fight started here. You can still see the footprints in the carpet. The person wearing those shoes was large, far bigger than Arnold or Roscoe." "Keep going." Cassidy tilted her head, all her attention on me. I nodded toward an overturned chair. "I think Roscoe and Arnold confronted this man here, or he confronted them. And there was a fight. Based on the blood, someone was hurt, but not enough to kill him. Most of the damage in this place is from the fight, not because someone ransacked the house." Cassidy glanced around before slowly nodding. "I can see that." I paced into the kitchen, careful not to touch anything in case trace evidence was present. The fight moved in here. Someone smashed a vase over someone else's head. Then someone else grabbed a knife. I pointed to the butcher knife on the floor. There was no blood on it. Cassidy's eyebrows shot up as if she were impressed. "You do know your stuff. It sounds like you're pretty knowledgeable both in and out of the lab." "Being at crime scenes is where I got my start," I told her. "If you've been shot, if you've been stabbed, if blood on your walls says, 'Someone's been bad,' trauma care is there for you." I sang a song to the tune of "Santa Claus is Coming to Town." "Wait, did you use that jingle on the radio?" I nodded. "I did. I remember hearing it and thinking it was creative." I raised a hand. "That was me. I used to be called to the scene after the police left. Back then, I would have been cleaning this up and getting rid of any reminders that a crime had taken place here. I learned a lot through that job." "I bet you did." Cassidy scanned the place again and sighed. "So what happened at the end of all this?" "That's the question." She started to dial again. Then I said, "It looks like Roscoe and Arnold were able to get away." She paused and lowered her phone. "You can tell that by the mess around us?" "No, I can tell that because there's a stranger lying in the woods in the distance." I nodded out the window. "Based on his size, he's not Arnold or Roscoe."
Chapter 19. Joey. This was turning out to be one of my best days ever. I mean, other than the day I married Jackson, of course. But I hadn't had this much excitement since I did that biopic on singer Emma Jean Gibbons. First, we'd checked on the man in the brush. He was unconscious but alive. I'd been instructed not to do CPR, so I'd listened. Of course. Meanwhile, Chief Chambers had called Jackson, and he and 2 other officers had come to the scene, along with an ambulance. They'd arrived only 10 minutes later, and Jackson had taken over. Right now, I leaned against Gabby's SUV watching everything. Mostly watching Jackson in his faded dark wash jeans and black V-neck sweater. The clothes, along with the badge at his hip and his barely there beard, always made me go, ooh la la. He was my dream guy, and I thank God every day he'd brought us together. We had a lot of explaining to do, to say the least. Thankfully, Chief Chambers was here to officially expound on the situation. But she hadn't looked happy about it, and I couldn't blame her. This was a much bigger deal for her than it was for Gabby and me. Daylight had faded now, and an ambulance took the guy in the brush away. He'd woken up, but apparently wasn't very coherent. As Chief Chambers, Gabby, and I waited near Gabby's SUV, Jackson strode toward us. I flashed him a smile. He gave me that familiar look that was a staple in our relationship. Half exasperated, half amused. That had kind of been our shtick since the day we met. "Well, that man you found is Sean Faulkner," Jackson said as he paused in front of us. "He said he and Arnold are friends, and that he came by to pick up a check. He bought some firewood for Arnold in bulk or something. When he got here, he saw Arnold with another man, who was acting squirrely. Said the guy's eyes were darting all over the place, and that he was jumpy and sweating profusely." "Interesting," Chief Chambers said. "Anything else you can share?" Sean said that as he chatted with Arnold a few minutes, Roscoe grew more agitated and started throwing things. The next thing he knew, Roscoe came after him. Sean ran, but Roscoe caught up with him and slammed a rock into his head, knocking him out until we found him. I somehow had a lot of doubts about this man's story. "So what happened to Roscoe and Arnold?" I asked. "Arnold has 2 cars," Jackson said. "It only makes sense that the 2 of them fled. I can't tell you whether or not one of them was forced to leave against their will. That remains to be seen." Chief Chambers nodded as she processed everything Jackson told us. "Do you know anything about this Sean guy?" Jackson offered a quick shrug. "He's the co-owner of Board Game Kingdom. They have 3 stores here on the Outer Banks. His business partner is Aldo Napolitano." "Board Game Kingdom?" Gabby quirked an eyebrow. I could answer this question. Board Game Kingdoms are these massive souvenir stores here at the beach. I mean, they're probably 20,000 square feet inside. They have every kind of game you can imagine. Plus, they feature a lot of special edition board games just for the Outer Banks. You know, like they've done for the Monopoly game in various tourist locations. "Sounds interesting," Chief Chambers nodded slowly. "But that's an awfully big store just to sell games. I can't imagine their profit margins could be that high." "That's not even the craziest part," I added. "In the middle of every store, there's a huge chutes and ladders game you can play using yourself as a pawn. It takes up major retail space in the store. I've gone in there several times, and I rarely see people using it. I worked retail when I first moved to Hollywood, so I know all about prime real estate and end caps." Chief Chambers glanced at Jackson. "So what's your take on this?" "There's speculation that these stores are actually money laundering operations," Jackson explained. "Given the fact that there are hardly ever any cars out front, no one can understand how the owners are able to pay their bills, especially with the limited inventory. Some people might like to play games on vacation, but not enough for a jumbo game store to open and thrive." "How long have these stores been open?" Chief Chambers asked. 4 years, Jackson said. "Much longer than anybody ever anticipated." "Interesting," Cassidy murmured. Then she looked back up at Jackson. "I'm sorry I didn't let you know that I'd lost Roscoe earlier. I didn't think a crime was involved in this. Just a little sloppiness on my part." "It's really my fault," I interjected. "If I hadn't caused a scene at Fatty's when a group of fans came in, then Roscoe would have never gotten away." Jackson shot me that half-amused look again. Why am I not surprised? And I say that in the most loving way possible. I tilted my head and raised my shoulders. "I know, sweetie." Chief Chambers cleared her throat. "Do you need us to stick around anymore?" "I think we've got it from here." Jackson glanced back at his officers as they spoke with Sean. "But I know how to contact you if we have any more questions. If anything comes up on your end, I'd appreciate a call also." "Definitely." Chief Chambers offered a quick nod. Jackson paused before stepping away, his hands resting casually on his hips. "Are you going to keep looking for this guy?" That's my plan right now, Chief Chambers said. Be careful. If Sean truly is involved with some type of money laundering scheme via his businesses, something we've never been able to prove, then this could be much more serious than someone simply not wanting to testify in court. There's a lot of speculation about the mob being in this area. Jackson's words hung in the air a moment. I heard something earlier about a mob being in this area, I said. You're telling me that was true? That the Outer Banks has its own mafia? Yes, something like that. It's organized crime. Wait. I waved my hand across the air dramatically and resisted a snort. Do they have a name? Not that I know of. They've got to have their own name, I continued. You know, for branding purposes. Jackson looked amused, or maybe dumbfounded. Either way, silence ensued until I could no longer resist the words playing on the tip of my tongue. For example, instead of Cosa Nostra or the Sinaloa Cartel, we have the Outer Banks Mob. Or how about the Vacation Mafia, the Seashore Syndicate, the Coastal Cartel? None of those had the same ring to it as the names of real mafia and cartels might. I would need to give them a better name than that if they wanted to be taken seriously. Gabby started with a hum and then said, I think we should write a song and call it the Beach Town Syndicate. I was instantly intrigued. How would it go? I know. Like this. She cleared her throat and then started. In the Outer Banks, where seagulls soar, there's a gang who's running the local game store. They're making deals behind ice cream stands, with sunburned faces and sandy hands. They're making people offers they can't refuse, all while wearing Hawaiian-style crews. Oh, I love it, I squealed with a clap. Let me help. Then I took over. It's the Beach Town Syndicate, wearing flip-flops while they operate, running rackets from their beach umbrellas. They're a pretty scary bunch of fellas. By the time we finished, Gabby and I were both laughing, me so hard that my side hurt. We gave each other a double-handed high five. What do you think? Amusement danced in Gabby's eyes as she turned to Cassidy and Jackson. Jingles are a hobby of mine. I'll be sure to let these guys know you're there to help if they ever want to start an advertising campaign for their illegal activities. Jackson threw us a look. I'd appreciate the shout-out. Gabby nodded playfully, letting him know she liked that idea. Chief Chambers gave us a look before good-naturedly asking, You two done now? Gabby and I sobered in a purposefully overblown way. We're done, I told her. Absolutely. Totally done, Gabby echoed. No more jingles. For a while at least. As Chief Chambers and Gabby started back to the SUV, I turned to Jackson. Thanks for coming. You have a knack for this. He wrinkled his brow. You know that, don't you? Solving crimes? I clarified with the twist of my head. Finding trouble, he said instead. I couldn't deny his words. I know. I do, don't I? How lucky am I? He chuckled and shook his head. That wasn't exactly how I meant it. I know. I reached up on my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. I love you. I love you too, Joey. Now be careful, and call me if you need me.
Chapter 20. Cassidy. I ended my call with Ty just as Joey climbed into the SUV. He'd called to check in, so I gave him a quick update on the current situation. But I wasn't ready to drop this manhunt yet. I simply needed to figure out where I could look for Roscoe Burgess next. That was something, wasn't it? Joey said in the back seat, that endearing enthusiasm in her voice. It was. I clicked my seatbelt in place, and I'm not giving up yet. I was thinking we might go see Harry Henderson. I glanced back at Joey, confused by her suggestion. Who is Harry Henderson? Joey showed me her phone. I saw his business card on the floor, so I took a picture of it. I thought it could be useful. My eyebrows shot up. I didn't want to be impressed, but I had to admit, I kind of was. Have you ever heard of this guy before? I asked her. I have, as a matter of fact, Joey told me. I mean, with a name like that, he's hard to forget. I gave her a confused look. You know, Harry and the Hendersons? She stared at me. The movie from the 80s? The one where a family is returning from a trip to the woods and they hit something. Bigfoot. They think he's dead and bring him home, but he's actually alive and becomes part of the family. It's a classic. My parents were too uppity for silly movies, I admitted, so I can't say the name is familiar to me. I understand, Joey said. Anyway, he's a lawyer. I've seen his ads around town. I'm going to text Riley, my husband, Gabby said. He's an attorney. I want to see if he's ever heard of him. Gabby typed something into her phone. A moment later, she grunted. Apparently, Riley has heard of this guy, Gabby said. Mr. Harry Henderson tends to represent criminals in the area. He's not known as the most ethical man around. Riley also said we should stay far away from him. My eyebrows climbed higher. That certainly does sound interesting. Maybe we should pay him a visit. There is one thing, Gabby piped in as she tapped her index finger on the steering wheel. That other taxidermy guy, Bryce Daniels, who Mr. Banasiewicz told us about, happens to live only a couple of blocks away from here. I know time is of the essence right now, but is there any way we could swing past his place to ask him a few questions before we take off to see this Harry guy? I promise I'll be quick. Since we're already here, I murmured. It does seem like a shame to miss that opportunity. But I was anxious to talk to this Harry guy, anxious to find Roscoe. I wasn't one to give up, and I didn't like the fact this guy thought he was smarter than I was. Gabby plugged Bryce's address into the GPS, and we took off. My mind raced through everything that had happened as I tried to keep the facts sorted. Where exactly would Roscoe run to? It only made sense that he'd skip town. With Arnold. If that was the case, I didn't know how I'd track him down. I continued to think through the possibilities until we pulled up to an old fishing shack located on the water. The place had weathered cedar shingles, a metal roof, and uncut grass. An old RV sat in the distance, also looking abandoned. This shack was more secluded than I'd imagined, unusual for this area where every foot of waterfront property was valuable. I won't be long, Gabby promised as she reached for the door handle. You're not going into this alone, I told her. Not with the way things are going for us today. Joey and I climbed out with her, and we walked toward the front door of the small building. If I had to guess, it might be as much as 800 square feet inside. But as we stepped onto the rickety porch, I saw that the door was open. My shoulders tightened with caution. Let me go first, just in case. Hello? I called as I carefully pushed the door the rest of the way open. Is anyone here? The interior of the shack came into view. I sucked in a breath when I saw a young girl's head, with a raccoon body below.
Chapter 21. Gabby. I peered beyond Cassidy as soon as I heard her gasp. That was when I saw the head. But it wasn't a human head, not a real human head, at least. The raggedy cranium was from a porcelain doll whose hair had been butchered until only clumpy brown stubs were left. One big blue eye stared at us, while the other was halfway closed. Black lines stretched across her pink lips. And instead of having a human body, she had that of a raccoon. What in my worst Toy Story nightmare is going on here? I muttered. Cassidy and I stepped farther inside, the scent of formaldehyde, something resembling shoe polish and animal fur filling our senses. But only more horrors awaited us. A pig with human teeth, a male mannequin with a bare head, a bunny rabbit with one giant eyeball. I know this guy, Joey muttered. Cassidy and I both jerked our heads toward her, wondering how in the world she would know this man. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I've seen his stuff on TikTok. Go on, Cassidy said. I didn't recognize his name because online he goes by Sir Stuffington. And what exactly is Sir Stuffington known for? I asked. He does taxidermy with these weird combinations. He shows himself working. Actually, he films it all. Joey pointed to a green screen against the back wall. That's what he must use the screen for. I'd casually noticed it earlier, but hadn't given it much thought. I'd been too distracted by the house of horrors around me. This is kind of creepy, I muttered, looking at a two-headed monkey. But fascinating. Joey raised her index finger in the air. Bryce Daniels didn't appear to be here, so we wandered around. This was really more of a workshop than a home. Maybe that explained the RV I'd seen outside. Joey went to the green screen and struck a pose, raising her fingers as if they were a gun. You know what we should do? We should do the Charlie's Angels pose. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, we could kind of be like Charlie's Angels. Can I be Cheryl Ladd, or do I want to be Farrah? I hid my smile. It did sound fun, but this didn't seem like the time to dive into that silly conversation. Before I could respond, a shadow appeared in the doorway. My back muscles cinched. Who was here? The man who owned this place? Or someone much more sinister?
Chapter 22. Joey. "You're Sir Stuffington!" I squealed when the man's face came into view. "I love your videos." He paused in the doorway. His white linen shirt was unbuttoned, his khaki pants dirty, his sandals ratty, his hair unkempt. He looked like Jack Nicholson back when he was in his 30s in one of his crazy man roles, like The Shining. But this guy looked slightly less unhinged, other than the hunting rifle he held in his hands. "Who are you all? And what are you doing here?" His teeth remained clenched as he said the words and glared at us. Okay, maybe he wasn't slightly less unhinged. Chief Chambers stepped forward. "Why don't you put the gun down?" "Why should I?" "I'm Police Chief Chambers from Lantern Beach. We didn't mean to trespass, but the door was open, and we were worried something was wrong." "I usually don't have people bothering me out here." His piercing eyes and careful motions showed he still remained cautious and untrusting. "We're not trying to bother you either," Chief Chambers said. "We just have some questions for you." He raised a shaggy eyebrow. "What kind of questions?" Gabby stepped closer. "I'm trying to find a connection between 4 people who've drowned on the North Carolina coast and someone involved with taxidermy in the area." He stared at Gabby before letting out a scoffing laugh. "You think I had something to do with those deaths?" "I might have a rather morbid career, but I'm not a killer." "I wasn't trying to imply that," Gabby insisted. "We just wanted to ask you questions." He lowered his gun onto the table beside him and rubbed his jaw. "I know some people find my work unsettling, but I have thousands of fans who think what I do is fascinating." "You've really carved out a life for yourself doing this, huh?" Chief Chambers frowned at an armadillo body with a rat head leering at them from above. "He's fantastic," I piped in. "You should see his videos. Really, he tells stories as he works. It's all quite fascinating. Believe it or not, there's an art to this." His gaze flickered around the room to his creations. "I believe you," Chief Chambers said. "Do you recognize any of these people?" Gabby pulled out her phone and found photos of the drowning victims. Sir Stuffington studied each of them before shaking his head. "Can't say I do. Nor do I understand how this is associated with me." "Some of the same chemicals were found in their systems that are used in taxidermy," Gabby explained. "We're trying to figure out why." His eyebrows shot up. "Is that right?" "That is interesting. However, I only stuff roadkill, not people." "Come again?" Gabby asked. "I didn't kill any of these animals." He spread his hand around the shack to display each creation. "I've found all of them dead on the side of the road. I don't think I could live with myself if I took another life, human or animal. Besides, I'm vegan." "Oh, are you?" I blurted. "I'm a vegan too, sometimes at least." However, one other fact solidified in my mind. Bryce Daniels wasn't our guy. But unfortunately, that left Gabby back at square one.
Chapter 23. Gabby. I wanted to believe the man, I really did, but... I walked to a bulletin board hanging behind the front door and pointed at it. "If you're not responsible, then why do you have a criminal lawyer's business card?" The man paled. "I can explain." Cassidy stepped closer. "Then please do." "How do you know Harry Henderson?" "He stopped by here the other day," Bryce said. "Said he wanted to introduce himself and that if I ever needed an attorney to keep him in mind." We all stared at him. His story sounded so unlikely. "It's the truth!" His hands flew in the air. "I know what his reputation is." Cassidy stepped closer to examine the card. "Yet you kept his information." "Look, the guy is shady, but if I ever face legal trouble, do I want someone representing me who's morally righteous but a horrible attorney? Or do I want someone ruthless with a record of winning? I personally didn't see why someone couldn't be both of those things. Morally righteous with a record of winning. I mean, I would describe Riley that way. People like that did exist." "It sounds like you have legal troubles," I said. He shrugged. When you get popular, trouble always appears out of nowhere, like corpses coming to life in the night of the living dead. The more attention my show gets, the more troublemakers appear. Like? Cassidy asked. Animal rights activists, for starters. I swallowed hard, wondering if my friend Sierra was one of those people. If anyone loved animals, it was Sierra. Anyone else? I asked, trying not to think about my friend causing a ruckus. Bryce jutted his jaw out as he thought. A couple of guys have wanted to partner with me to do my videos. I said no. One of them was pretty aggressive. He does taxidermy out in the mountains near Asheville, and he thinks he's the best of the best. He wants to improve on what I do and show the world he's superior in a face-off challenge. I told him I wasn't interested. He keeps hounding me. Can we get that guy's name? Cassidy asked. He told us, and Cassidy wrote it down. Is there anyone else you can think of who might be connected to these deaths? I might as well be blunt at this point. I was getting nowhere otherwise. Bryce didn't hesitate before asking, Did you already talk to Benasivich? We went to him first, I said. He's the one who pointed us to you. Of course he did. I've never liked that man. His eyes darkened. And there's one thing he may not have told you about himself. What's that? I held my breath as I anticipated what he might say. He might seem like a simple man. But the truth is, he owns 8 properties in this area, as well as several homes in the Caribbean. He has his own private jet he takes to these places. You ask me, he's not making all that money doing taxidermy. He has some other means of getting it. What kind of means might that be? I don't know anything for sure. Bryce shrugged curtly. I have my theories. Why don't you share those theories with us? Cassidy shifted in front of him, patiently waiting for him to tell us more. He hesitated and picked up a turtle-duck combination from the workbench beside him. I've always suspected he's somehow involved with something illegal. I glanced at Cassidy, then Joey. That wasn't a turn I'd seen coming. Why would you think that? Cassidy asked. Just rumors. There's a whole market for exotic stuffed animals that have been illegally hunted. There's big money in it, he paused. But if anyone asks, you didn't hear it from me. Now, if you don't mind, I've got work to do. These animals aren't going to stuff themselves. We thanked him and left. Back in my car, I tried to process his words. Cassidy turned toward me. Tell me more about these victims, Gabby. The first one, Brett Dunnigan, actually owned a garage where he fixed up classic cars. People from all over the country came to him to have him do custom work. His family made a nice living. At least, that was how it appeared. His son has taken over his business now that Brett passed. They were the ones who hired me, and that's not always cheap. Who else do you have? Cassidy continued. The second victim was John Jones, a golf caddy in Nag's Head. He was a recovering alcoholic who'd been clean for 3 years. The third was Brandy Dawson, who worked at a gas station in Mans Harbor. And the last person? A woman named Claire Pardee. She jumped around to different jobs quite a bit, but she was working as a secretary at a storage facility in Gates County, North Carolina, when she died. So these victims have nothing in common? Cassidy narrowed her eyes with thought. I shook my head. Not on the surface, at least. Something's going on here, Cassidy said, and I almost don't want to know what.
Chapter 24. Cassidy. Not to cut this conversation short, but Harry's office closes in 30 minutes. I told Gabby and Joey. We need to go. No one argued. I called out directions to Gabby as we started down the road. We pulled up at the office 6 minutes before closing. They were going to love seeing us walk inside. Just as I suspected, the receptionist looked like she wanted to burn holes into us with her eyes when she spotted us. Her designer purse was already on her shoulder. I'm sorry, but we're about to close. The voluptuous 20-something brunette wearing designer clothes and perfect makeup hiked her purse higher, a slight pout on her full lips. I flashed my badge. We need to see Harry Henderson. It's official police business. She opened her mouth as if to object, then shut it again. Let me check his availability. She headed toward a door behind her and poked her head inside. I couldn't make out her words, but she turned toward us a moment later and said, "I'm sorry you've come all this way for nothing, but Mr. Henderson is not available." I wasn't in the mood to accept that answer. Instead of arguing, I headed toward his door. "Ma'am," the receptionist started. "It's Chief," I corrected her, throwing my weight around. Something I didn't normally do, but right now it was necessary. I opened the door and spotted Harry sitting behind his massive desk. The man was thin with a shaggy brown mustache and a bad comb-over, but his suit was expensive, as were the cufflinks. I only knew because I'd grown up around affluence. He startled when he saw me. "I'm sorry, but I'm Lantern Beach Police Chief Chambers." I flashed my badge. "I'll only take a moment of your time." He scowled and glanced at his watch. "I have places to be, so make it quick." "I'm looking for a man named Roscoe Burgess. I believe you might be affiliated with him." He cocked his head to the side. "Why would you think that?" "I found your business card at the home of one of his associates." He relaxed his neck and shrugged. "That means nothing." "You'll probably find my business card a lot of places." I maintained my position near his door. "So you're saying you don't know him?" Something glimmered in his eyes. "I'm familiar with his name." "I need to find Roscoe. I believe his life may be in danger." Harry raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. "Is that right?" The man's coyness was really getting on my nerves. "Do you have any idea where he might be?" "No idea. I said I'm familiar with him, but he's not a friend, not even an acquaintance. I'm sorry I can't help you." He turned back to some files on his desk. "How about Arnold Schmidt? Do you know him?" I continued to push. Behind me, I could hear Gabby and Joey talking to someone, most likely the receptionist. "Again, I know the name," Harry said, "but that's all." I didn't believe him. He was hiding something, probably something criminal. But he wasn't going to be forthright with me. He was a lawyer, and he was too smart to share much. I didn't like where this was going. "Mr. Henderson." "That's all I have to say," he announced, slicing his hand through the air. "Anything else you want, you'll need to make it official." I chomped down, trying to hold my irritation at bay. As I turned to leave, I sucked in a breath. A fox crouched on top of his filing cabinet. The creature stared at me as if it wanted to attack. I turned back to Harry. "Who stuffed that for you?" He shrugged, something deeper in his gaze. "I'm not sure." It was a gift. Again, I didn't believe him. I stepped toward the door and caught a glimpse of movement in the lobby. It was a person. With the body of a deer, I realized. I sucked in a breath as the deer/woman began walking directly toward me.
Chapter 25.
Joey. I look like one of Sir Stuffington's creations, don't I? I took off the deer mask and laughed as I tried to set Cassidy at ease. The alarm on her face had been unmistakable, and now that I was thinking it through a little more, I could see why. Her shoulders slumped with relief when she saw my face. "I'm so sorry," I started. "You didn't think—" Question mark. She raked a hand through her hair. "Let's just say I'm a little on edge right now. Rhonda was just telling us that she's one of my biggest fans." I smiled, trying to set everyone at ease. Then she started telling me that she'd wanted to dress like me for the law firm's Halloween party this year, but they did a woodland creatures theme instead. This was her costume. "It was custom made," Rhonda piped in. "Brilliant, isn't it?" Cassidy looked at the mask again before offering a tight smile. "Brilliant. Thank you so much for your help, but we've got to run now." "Of course. Have a great day." Hopefully, what Gabby and I had to tell her might cheer her up some. I knew, however, that I should wait until we were outside before blurting our discovery. I didn't want to give anyone the upper hand. "I take it you didn't find out anything from Harry Henderson?" Gabby whispered as we walked. "His lips are locked tighter than Fort Knox." "That probably means he's guilty," Gabby said. I was going to say the exact same thing. As soon as the glass door shut behind us, I turned to Cassidy. So the receptionist actually warmed up to us, if you couldn't tell. And she told me that I should work for Mr. Henderson, that I would get lots of ideas for my show. That's interesting, but I'm not sure it helps us. There's more. She kept talking, and I think she wanted to impress me. She told me that the buzz she's heard in the office is that something is going down tonight just past midnight at the Body Island Lighthouse. Why would she tell you that? Cassidy squinted and tilted her head. I don't think she likes working here, Gabby said. If this Harry Henderson guy is as vile as people say, it may be nearly impossible to quit once you're under his thumb. Cassidy nodded slowly. I could see that. As we stood outside, my phone buzzed. It was Jackson. This time I figured I'd better answer, just in case. I put the device to my ear. Hey, hun. Hey, Joey. I have an update I wanted to share with you. Is Cassidy there? She sure is. Let me put the phone on speaker. I hit the button. You're live. I remembered my earlier mistake and panic raced through me. You're live on this phone call, I clarified. Not streaming to my social media fans. What? Jackson paused. Never mind. I just wanted to let you know we found Arnold. That's great news, Cassidy said. Was Roscoe with him? No, no one was with him. As a matter of fact, he was. Dead. Murdered. I sucked in a breath. What? Someone put a bullet through his head. This whole situation kept getting more and more complicated. What about his car? Chief Chambers asked. Was it still there? Good question, I realized. Because if the car wasn't there, then maybe Roscoe had gotten away and taken it somewhere. We found Arnold in a marsh outside of Monteo, Jackson said. We looked for his car, but we haven't found it yet. It's probably too early to say anything for sure. I really need you all to be very careful. I know you already know that, Cassidy. You're a professional, but I don't like where this is going. Chapter 26. Gabby, it felt counterintuitive, but we all needed a break. So we went to a fast food burger joint to grab a quick bite to eat. Cassidy and I had skipped lunch. I wasn't sure about Joey. But I, for one, needed to silence my growling stomach. That bagel I'd had earlier just wasn't cutting it. We ordered at the counter and then sat at a corner table. Apparently, Joey wasn't a vegan today because she'd gotten a chicken sandwich. So this is what we know, I started, picking up a fry. Roscoe was supposed to testify against someone, probably not in traffic court either. He clearly didn't want to. Maybe this person he's testifying against was even part of the mob, so he was prepared to run, having stashed a go bag in a P.O. box. Correct. Cassidy took a sip of her soda and nodded. He then called his friend Arnold, who may or may not be laundering money through his board game business, I continued. Sean confronted the two of them in Arnold's house, and a fight ensued. He was injured. Arnold and Roscoe jumped in one of Arnold's cars and got away. Also correct, Cassidy said. Then these guys who are after Roscoe found them, I continued. They killed Arnold. They may have abducted Roscoe. If that's the case, there's no telling where he is. They probably took him somewhere no one would ever find him and shot him, Cassidy said. But why not do that with Arnold also? Why dump him in Monteo? Good question, I murmured. Maybe they took Roscoe to the Alligator River area, Joey suggested, pointing in the air with a fry. Someone tried that with me once, and it was scary. Swamps and alligators and bears. Oh my. I hid my smile before looking back at Cassidy. Should we consider the possibility that Roscoe killed Arnold and ran? Cassidy cringed and shook her head. Maybe. But I just don't see him as a killer. Murder isn't neat and tidy enough for his taste, especially not murder by bullet. I had to agree with that assessment. Okay, so we go with the theory that someone else is responsible. Who? It only makes sense that it's someone associated with this local mob. But I'm sure these people are connected and have a broad reach. Whoever is in charge probably has lots of people working for him who do his dirty work. True. The other option is that Roscoe ran. I took a long sip of my soda. He'd want to get far away from here, somewhere he wouldn't be found. It's been more than an hour. Cassidy glanced at the time on her phone. He could be off this island and headed into central North Carolina or up to Virginia. Maybe he's unhinged, I said. And if there's one thing that scares everyone, it's when people come unhinged, Joey said, because you never know what to expect from them. Intelligent criminals? They're always plotting something. Criminal masterminds? At least they have a plan. Unhinged people? It's anyone's guess what they're going to do next. I agree, I said. Even the bad guys don't want anything to do with people who are unhinged. They could handle the scared, the brazen, the illogical. But unhinged? They don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. So maybe Roscoe has the mob scared of him also, Cassidy murmured. We sat on that thought a moment as we finished eating. I need to call Chief Graves, Cassidy finally said. I can't put it off any longer. Pray I'll watch my tongue. I will, Joey promised. Me too, I added. Cassidy picked up her phone and dialed. A moment later, she lowered it and frowned. Graves isn't answering. I set my drink down. Is that like him? Not really. She frowned again, her gaze flickering with thought. Joey crossed her arms and placed her elbows on the table, leaning closer. What are you thinking? I'm wondering if the chief is okay or if this mess with Roscoe is more far-reaching than I ever anticipated.
Chapter 27. Cassidy. Back in the car, I didn't have a lot of great ideas as to where to go next. I did want to see the scene of the crime where Arnold had died, but I also needed some more information on this mob. My phone buzzed, and I saw it was one of my contacts with the state police. I'd asked for information on mob activity in the area, and he'd finally responded. 1 second, I told the girls, as I leaned back in the front passenger seat. I felt Gabby's and Joey's eyes on me as I started reading what he'd written. This is interesting, I told them, my gaze still fixated on the phone screen. My friend sent me some information, and he was much more forthright than Chief Graves has been. It turns out this trial Roscoe needs to testify at is against a man named Frank Bartolini. Who's Frank Bartolini? Joey squinted in confusion. He's suspected to be a part of organized crime in the area. Organized crime that's responsible for some of the most recent distribution of cocaine on the East Coast. Is cocaine still a thing? Joey asked. I thought everyone was all about opioids lately. Or is it meth? I can't keep the drug culture straight. Cocaine is still the drug of choice for some people, I told her. Anyway, this Frank Bartolini guy is suspected to be taking the fall for the rest of the mob, but police don't believe he's the head honcho. He's not the big Gambino, Joey asked. The godfather, the kingpin, the feds don't think so, I said, trying to keep the conversation on track. They're hoping that by questioning Roscoe, whom they believe does the books for this organized crime group, they might draw out the real leader so they can arrest him. So how did Graves get involved? Gabby crossed her arms, making no move to drive away. Seems like all this would be on a federal level. Roscoe agreed to testify in return for some minor charges against him being dropped. That's what I understand so far, at least. But why have you transported him? Joey leaned between the two front seats. That still doesn't make sense. I agree. I read the text again. My contact said he believes members of this organized crime group have been watching various U.S. Marshals in anticipation of one of them bringing Roscoe in. That's why I was asked to transport him, because these guys didn't have an eye on me. Gabby grunted. I guess that makes sense. It seems pretty complicated, right? I glanced at Gabby and Joey again. Faux shizzle. Joey nodded enthusiastically. Another idea turned over in my mind. Anybody feel like playing a game? Wait. You think this is a game? Joey raised her eyebrows. I'm confused. No, this definitely isn't a game, I told her. But I'm in the mood for some chutes and ladders. Realization dawned over her features. You want to go to Board Game Kingdom? As a matter of fact, yes, I do. I want to see this place for myself and get a feel for it. Sean is a co-owner, so he possibly is affiliated with the mob. Then there's the other co-owner, maybe he's working, because I'd really like to talk to him. I'm game, Gabby said with a sheepish smile. Pardon the pun. Next, I'll be telling dad jokes. We plugged in the address and headed to the nearest location. While Gabby drove, I looked up information on the owner. His name was Aldo Napolitano. He was 38 and originally from Italy. He'd come to this country 10 years ago with his family of 4. He'd only been on the Outer Banks for 5 years. When we pulled up to Board Game Kingdom, my eyes widened in surprise. This place was big. Huge, actually. I couldn't imagine what they paid for rent every month. There was only one car in the parking lot. Granted, it was winter, so this wasn't tourist season. But Joey did have some valid points about these stores being suspicious. Was this business used for money laundering? I wouldn't put it past some people. What's our plan? Gabby stared at the building, looking equally as confused as to how it stayed in business. Do we pretend like we're just shopping? Or are we up front and let them know we are investigating something? I thought about it before saying, we're going to play it by ear. You're the boss, Gabby said. I wasn't so sure about that. I was with two strong women, and I was sure that in ordinary circumstances, they could both be the boss. We climbed out and walked inside the building. My eyes widened at what I saw. Board games from ceiling to floor, across several sections of shelves. Overblown chess pieces stood in corners, and dice hung from the ceiling. Then, just as Joey had said, right in the middle of the space was a gigantic chutes and ladders game where you yourself could be the pawn. On another day, it might be fun, for a few minutes at least. Can I help you? An employee with bright pink hair skirted from around the counter and approached us. You name the board game, and we've got it. Don't let the name of the business fool you. It's not just board games. We have yard games, puzzles, and even some costumes for role-play tournaments as well. I glanced around, surprised they didn't have any toys. I'd think they might supplement these games with other items to get more sales. Yet all I saw were games. This was where I had to decide. Be forthright or covert. The decision could make or break the situation. I turned back to the pink-haired employee. I'm super curious about this place. Is it a chain? It's a local chain. The owner has 3 of these stores, but just in this area, he's hoping to expand. Is he going to franchise? I continued. Pink hair shrugged. I'm not sure. That's a question you'd have to ask him. And if I wanted to ask him, how exactly could I find him? He just happens to be here today. She smiled brightly, as if she might get bonus points for offering that information. My eyebrows shot up. That was fortuitous, to say the least. And nothing today had been fortuitous. Do you think I could chat with him? I'm not sure. I suppose I could ask, though Mr. Napolitano is a little scary sometimes. She paused. I'm assuming this is legit. She glanced at the 3 of us, as if trying to get a feel for why we were here. You're really interested in buying one of these places? There's nothing I love more than a good game of Catan, I told her, or Ticket to Ride. Pink hair nodded and said, I know I sound like an old soul when I say this, but I'd much rather see kids play board games than video games, if you know what I mean. And I feel like the pendulum will swing back that way one day. When it does, I want to be on the cutting edge. I want that for my daughter also. I truly meant those words. My words seemed to appease her, and she nodded. Okay then. I'll go see what Mr. Napolitano has to say. As I waited, I turned to Gabby and Joey. You're a pretty good actress. Joey clapped me on the side of the arm. I almost believed you for a minute. We'll see if this pays off or not. But I can't believe he's here. A moment later, a man emerged from the back, and Joey gasped beside me. Isn't he from The Sopranos? Tony, right? I had to admit that Aldo Napolitano did look exactly like Tony Soprano. There wasn't a big Italian community in the Outer Banks. Not that every person in the mob had to be Italian. However, a lot of outsiders were moving in and opening businesses, which I knew didn't always make the locals very happy. They wanted to keep the place down to earth and friendly. I encountered the same thing on Lantern Beach, where there were no chain stores of any sort. People wanted to keep it that way. I hear you've got an offer I can't refuse, the man started with a smirk. I swallowed hard. Then he laughed as if he knew exactly what he'd just said. I needed to play this next part very carefully.
Chapter 28. Joey. Why don't you come on back to my office with me so we can talk? Mr. Napolitano suggested. For some reason, all I could think about was how Jackson wouldn't approve of us going back to this man's office to talk. However, there were 3 of us, so maybe it wasn't a completely terrible idea, just semi-terrible. Besides, Chief Chambers had her gun with her in case things went south. As Chief Chambers started that way, I had no choice but to follow. That's what I told myself, at least. As I walked across the chutes and ladders board, I couldn't stop myself from doing a little hopscotch move on the colorful squares there. The chief shot me a look, and I stopped hopping. I really wasn't good at not drawing attention to myself. We walked to the back of the store and into a small office. Mr. Napolitano paused near the door. He didn't offer us a seat, nor did he sit down. "What's this about?" His face turned from friendly to dark. "I know you ladies don't want to franchise this money hole of a business." Whoa, that was direct. "What makes you think that?" I started. He ignored me, instead staring at Chief Chambers as he barked, "You're Cassidy Chambers from Lantern Beach." She raised her eyebrows and flicked her head to the side. "You've done your research." Let's just say I like knowing what's going on around me. He smirked, then turned toward Gabby. "Gabby Thomas, esteemed forensic expert." "Guilty as charged." Wry amusement captured her voice. "And finally, superstar Joey Darling, who always finds trouble and usually answers in the process." "That's really what you've heard?" I asked, my voice lifting. "I'm flattered." It was a good thing Jackson wasn't here, because he might have groaned at my words. "I take it you ladies are investigating something involving me, but I just wanted to set the record straight and let you know that I've been on the straight and narrow for a long time now. So whatever answers you're looking for here, you will not find them with me." "So you know nothing about Roscoe Burgess?" Chief Chambers asked. Mr. Napolitano's eyes sparkled as he said, "I've never heard of the man." All these people were tight-lipped. I suppose you had to be when you were dealing with the Coconut Collective? The Coconut Collective? I liked that one. Although there were no coconuts in this beach town. Minor detail, but I bet Gabby could write a mean jingle using that name. Chief Chambers stepped closer. "What if we have evidence that shows you do?" Wait, did she have evidence? I couldn't remember, but I was intrigued. "My nose is clean," Mr. Napolitano continued, remaining vague. "If you're looking for answers, then you're looking in the wrong place." "I'm sure that's what you'd like me to think." Cassidy gave him a hard stare. "I have nothing else to say." He scowled and pointed to the door. "Now, if you'll show yourselves out." "I'm not done with this." Chief Chambers raised her chin defiantly. Again, she was my hero. I loved how she never backed down. Even though we still had more questions, we filed out of the room. This man wasn't going to share anything else. We had more work to do, and we needed something other than a dead end if we wanted to find answers in time.
Chapter 29. Gabby, it seems as if word has spread and no one is going to speak with us, I said as we climbed back into my SUV. Cassidy scowled as she pulled her seatbelt on. I agree. We're not getting anywhere with this. I would like to visit the area where Arnold was shot, however. I'm good with that. I glanced behind me as I started to back up, but then I threw on the brakes. Was that what? Cassidy followed my gaze. I can't be sure, but it almost looked like Harry Henderson just pulled out from behind the store. The black Porsche sped away, and I knew I couldn't easily catch up. But I'd recognize that man's shaggy mustache anywhere. You think Harry Henderson came here to alert Mr. Napolitano before we arrived and then hid out to monitor things? Joey asked. Cassidy scowled. I hate to say it, but that's my best guess. I finished backing up, put my SUV into drive, and then we headed from Board Game Kingdom back toward Monteo. I certainly wasn't ready to let this go. This quick, simple trip to the beach had turned into much more than I'd ever anticipated. As we cruised down the Croatan highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror again. I sucked in a breath as I did. I saw the car, the one that had followed us earlier, the one whose driver Cassidy had confronted. It was back. I had to wonder if the driver had followed us from Board Game Kingdom, if maybe Mr. Napolitano had commissioned the driver to do so, to make sure we didn't tell anybody anything we weren't supposed to. Cassidy, I murmured. As if reading my mind, she glanced behind her. Oh, great. Maybe I should have driven. I've got this, I assured her. But the next instant, the driver was right up on my bumper, so close that I couldn't even see the grill of his vehicle. He was going to ram us, wasn't he? I couldn't let that happen. There were too many people around who could be casualties if things went wrong. That meant I needed to get off this road. I glanced ahead of me. A long bridge stretched across the Sound, headed toward Monteo. The last thing I wanted was to be rammed while I was driving on a bridge over water. My only other option was to go left toward Hatteras, but that road contained nothing but marsh grass on either side. However, it seemed like a safer option. Even though the light ahead of me was red, I swerved into the turn lane. Car horns blared. "Gabby," Cassidy murmured, holding on for dear life. I weaved through oncoming traffic, barely avoiding being hit. When I realized I had made it through safely, I finally released my pent-up breath. But this was far from over. I crossed the road and headed down Highway 12 toward Hatteras. I glanced behind me again. No black sedan. I'd bought myself a little time. But the bad news about being on this road was that there were very few places to turn off. Once you started going south, you didn't have many options. I'd have to figure out something, and fast. I really wished I knew more about this area. "If you go faster, maybe we can get to the turn-in for Coquina Beach before these guys catch up to us." Joey pointed ahead of me. "It's my favorite beach, especially at night because you can see the stars there. I just did this whole social media post on it. Anyway, there's a huge parking lot there. We could find a space and wait for this car to pass. Unless you think they'll pull in also and confront us. It's anyone's guess at this point." I clutched the steering wheel tighter as I pressed the accelerator. I glanced in the rearview mirror again, looking to see if the other driver had turned yet. He hadn't. Nearly as soon as that thought went through my mind, the sedan appeared. The vehicle had made it through traffic. Now they were on the road, probably a quarter-mile behind us. There was nothing separating my vehicle from theirs. I pressed the accelerator so hard it nearly hit the floorboard. "How much farther?" I asked. "Can somebody pull this parking lot up on their GPS so I can have an idea, at least?" "I can do that." Joey made lots of humming noises as she searched on her phone. Then she said, "It's coming right up." "Probably 300 feet. "Perfect." When I glanced in the rearview mirror again, I saw the car was gaining on us. My little Highlander was no match for the engine in the other vehicle. "Come on, come on, come on," I murmured, desperate to reach the turnoff faster. Finally, I saw the sign for Coquina Beach. I pressed on the brakes, knowing I needed to slow down. As I did, my brakes squealed, rubber burned, my car fishtailed. It appeared I'd be needing a new set of tires soon, but that wasn't my biggest problem at the moment. The three of us went silent as the squealing stopped. Then I accelerated again until I pulled into the parking lot. I kept going until I reached the other side of the lot. Then I turned my Highlander, angling it so I could see anyone else coming my way. As I did, Cassidy withdrew her gun and rolled down her window. But I really hoped it didn't come down to a shootout.
Chapter 30. Cassidy. I held my breath as I waited. Would the car pull into the parking lot? And if so, what would the occupants do? They would either be aggressive or they would leave, fight, or flight. In my gut, I thought these people were simply trying to send a message to us to stay away. But since Arnold was dead, there was also the possibility these guys were trying to silence anyone who might be able to bring them down. However, shooting at or killing an officer of the law was a capital offense. I wasn't sure they'd take that risk, that they wanted that much attention. My lungs remained frozen as I waited. If they were coming after us, they'd appear in this parking lot at any moment. It was so quiet in the SUV that I could practically hear dust settling around me. I waited and waited and waited. But there was nothing. Those guys had either turned around and gone back, or they were waiting for us to leave so they could pursue us again. "What do you want to do?" Gabby glanced at me, her expression as tense as her grip on the steering wheel. I drew in a deep breath before saying, "Let's leave the parking lot and see what's waiting for us." I prayed it wasn't these men. I wasn't sure whose mess this was, mine or Gabby's or both of ours or neither of ours. But anyway I looked at it, I didn't want to do something that would put Gabby and Joey in danger. As Gabby approached the exit to the parking lot, she slowed as she crept forward. My hand remained on the gun just in case, but I prayed I wouldn't have to use it. We reached Highway 12, and I glanced to the left, then the right. The black sedan was nowhere to be seen. "Where should I go?" Gabby asked. I thought about it a moment before saying, Let's head back north to Monteo. But we need to keep our eyes peeled, just in case. You'll get no argument from me, Gabby muttered as she turned to the right. As she did, my phone rang, and my stomach dropped when I saw the name on the screen. Chief Graves. After glancing around one more time, I put the phone to my ear. Chief Chambers? It's Graves, a gruff voice said. You called. I might as well get this over with. Yes, I did. I needed to tell you that there's been an incident. He paused a split second. What kind of incident? I didn't feel like I needed to give him all the details right now. Instead, I chose my words carefully. I looked away from Roscoe for a second, and he ran, stealing my phone and my car in the process. I managed to track down my vehicle, but he was already gone. It's been a frantic manhunt ever since as I've been trying to find him. You lost Roscoe? Accusation stained his tone. Something about his words riled me. It seems as if you forgot to share some details with me. Details that were pretty important when you asked me to transport him. They were details that weren't necessary for you to know. If I'd known Roscoe might be affiliated with the mob, I wouldn't have taken my eyes off him, not even for a second. I thought you'd be responsible enough to handle this for me. There was no way I'd let him blame me for this. It would have just been respectful to share some of those details with me. Enough about that, Graves said. I need you to find Roscoe. Without him, I'm not sure the feds have enough evidence to put Frank Bartolini behind bars. Apparently, you weren't as responsible as I thought. I fisted my hand, trying to keep my emotions under control. That is not fair. Find him. Now. Each of his words contained a punch. Then the call went dead. I was still fuming over the nerve of that man. I would fix this, but only because it was the right thing to do. When it was all over, I'd give Graves a piece of my mind.
Chapter 31. Joey. Hold on a second, you guys, I said as I stared at my phone. What's going on? Gabby threw a glance back at me. I know you want to go to Monteo, but my assistant called. I just hired her, and her name is Amy, and she's doing a great job so far. Why don't you tell us about her later? Cassidy said. Tell us what she had to say first. Her suggestion made sense. Right, of course. She monitors my social media for me. Apparently, I just got a message through my fan page on Insta. That's short for Instagram. We know, Gabby and Cassidy said at the same time. Sheesh. They almost sounded insulted. I just wanted to make sure. Not trying to talk down to you, but the world of social media is changing so rapidly and… Joey… Cassidy's voice held a soft warning, like she didn't want to become irritated. I tried to get my thoughts focused. Anyway, someone just emailed me through Insta, and they said they saw me in Willy Wahoo's earlier, said they noticed I was showing a picture around of a man. And, Gabby asked, still headed back north. Apparently, she hung out at Willy Wahoo's for quite a while. I can't imagine what she would be doing in there for that long. I focused my thoughts again before I went off on another tangent. But anyway, she said that man is in there right now. What? Cassidy turned toward me, suddenly giving me her full attention. Well, I mean, she sent the message 30 minutes ago, but… As we reached the stoplight at the junction between Hatteras, Nag's Head, and the bridge to Monteo, Gabby jerked the wheel to the right, heading away from Monteo and back toward Willy Wahoo's. I guess that settled that. I quickly messaged my assistant back, thanking her. Then I asked for the woman's name or a picture of her social media profile. If she happened to still be in Willy Wahoo's, I wanted to thank her. We headed down the road, but unfortunately, the speed limit was only 35. That meant it took us a good 15 minutes to reach Willy Wahoo's. As soon as we pulled into the lot, Cassidy pointed to a vehicle parked beside the building. That's Arnold's car, Cassidy muttered. The one we believe Roscoe may have taken after Arnold was shot. Jackson gave me a description earlier. My heart lodged into my throat. Maybe that meant Roscoe was still here. Could we be that lucky? I wasn't sure. I've always said luck had little to do with it. It was mostly hard work and being in the right place at the right time. Or maybe being in the right place at the right time was luck. I'd ponder that at a different time. Right now, I wanted to get inside to see who I could see. Hopefully that person was Roscoe.
Chapter 32. Gabby, Cassidy, Joey, and I hurried inside Willy Wahoo's. This was our chance to find Roscoe, and I hoped everything worked out. However, I knew life was rarely that easy. We stopped in the doorway and scanned the place. I didn't see Roscoe, but that didn't mean he wasn't there. There were a lot of people inside this place. Plus, it was dark, and the woman singing awful karaoke, total eclipse of the heart, was making it hard to think. Well, Cassidy paused near the doorway and surveyed the crowd. Anyone see him? I don't, Joey said. Me either, I confirmed. How about your friend, Joey? The fan who sent you the message? You said your assistant sent you a photo of her. Is she still here? Amy did send me a photo. Joey showed us her phone and the picture of a smiling redhead. But I don't see her either. It has been at least 45 minutes since she sent the message. I frowned. This wasn't the way I liked my investigations to go. Not that I was supposed to be officially involved in this investigation, but everyone knew I was. What now? Joey asked. You want us to split up and do a more thorough search? I don't think he's here anymore, but maybe someone saw something. With those words, Cassidy charged toward the bar. The bartender who'd been working earlier wasn't behind the counter now, and another man was instead. This guy looked an awful lot like a meaner, gruffer Mr. Clean with his shiny, bald head and muscular arms. Oh no, Joey muttered with a groan. It's Billy Corbina. That doesn't sound good, I murmured. Billy is slick, and he really dislikes me, to say the least. I may or may not have gotten him arrested once. At least, he blames me, though he was the one messing up. And he may or may not have forgotten about that. Joey's admission didn't stop Cassidy. She paused by the bar and motioned Billy over. By the time Joey and I reached her, Cassidy was already showing Billy a picture of Roscoe. He glanced away from the picture at me and then Joey. That was when a slow smile curled his lips. If it isn't Joey, darling. She nodded stiffly at him. Believe me, I wouldn't be in here unless I had to be. I don't do any favors for her, Billy announced to Cassidy before picking up a cooler and dumping some ice into a freezer near the bar. Excuse me, she flashed a badge. You'd be doing the favor for me. I'm not obligated to say anything. He set his cooler down and turned to walk to the other side of the bar as a customer called him over. I'm not finished talking to you. Cassidy's voice sounded stern and no nonsense. Billy paused, his eyes dancing, as he glanced back at her. If you want to question me, you're going to have to arrest me and take me down to the police station. I'm sure if I ask around, I could find a good reason to do just that, Cassidy shot back. And by that time, your friend will be long gone. He nodded at the photo on her phone. Come on, Billy, Joey said. Can't you just help us out? It's important. He seemed to contemplate his options. Then that grin tugged at his lips again. I'll tell you some information. But I have one stipulation. What's that? Cassidy narrowed her eyes as if she didn't like where this was going. I almost didn't want to hear what he had to say, but the other part of me felt the thrill of anticipation. There was nothing I loved more than solving a good mystery. The three of you. Over there, Billy pointed to the karaoke stage. Better yet, up here. He patted the bar. Sing me a song, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You've got to be kidding me, Cassidy muttered. He's not, Joey confirmed. Karaoke? I hadn't done karaoke in years. Even though I loved to sing, that didn't mean I was actually good at it. I didn't care what anyone said. Those are my terms. He tapped his knuckles on the counter. Take it or leave it. We'll do it, Joey rushed. Cassidy and I both turned to her. We'll what? Cassidy blurted. Joey, I warned. I know Billy, Joey said. He's not going to change his mind. Believe me. You can throw around all the police jargon you want, but he won't care. Cassidy closed her eyes and moaned. Karaoke on top of a bar is the last thing I want to be doing. I don't want to do it either, Joey said, but maybe it would be fun. Part of me was intrigued by the idea. But I also knew Cassidy, as police chief, had more at stake right now than I did. I couldn't blame her for not wanting to stand on a bar and sing. But as the woman finished Total Eclipse of the Heart, Billy looked at us with anticipation. This was our chance. If we waited too long, Roscoe could get farther away. That was the last thing we needed. Fine, Cassidy crossed her arms and pulled her lips into a tight line. But we can't tell Ty about this. I tried to hide my smile. I've got the perfect song, Joey murmured, light dancing in her eyes. With any luck, maybe no one would pay attention to us, just like no one had really been paying attention to the woman who'd just been singing. Joey wandered away and then returned with 3 microphones. She handed one to each of us. Then she climbed on top of the bar and reached her hand down to help us. I hesitated only a moment before climbing up also. Then the music started. It took me a moment to recognize the tune. When I did, I turned to Joey. The time of my life? From Dirty Dancing? She grinned. Isn't it perfect? As the music started, she put her microphone to her lips and began crooning out the tune. Joey basked in the limelight, going all Leanne Rimes in Coyote Ugly. She looked totally at ease as she moved her hands and did little dance moves as she sang. To my utter horror, people began to gather around the bar to watch and take pictures. The only person who seemed more horrified about this whole ordeal was Cassidy. As we reached the chorus, Joey motioned for Cassidy and me to join her, so we did. By the second time we got to the chorus, I was loosening up and having a little bit of fun myself. Even Cassidy was smiling, and the crowd was going wild, singing along with their hands in the air. Drunk people were so much easier to entertain than sober people. The more enthusiasm we felt from them, the more I got into the song. I even forgot about my problems for a few minutes. It felt kind of nice, to be truthful. We reached the end of the song, and Joey took center stage. Center bar? Again, waving her hands in the air like she just didn't care and closing her eyes. Then she said, "This is where the jump is." What did she mean by that? It had been a long time since I had seen Dirty Dancing, but I did seem to remember. Then it hit me what the jump was. At the end of the movie, Patrick Swayze dove off the stage, doing a vertical jump while spinning. Oh no, certainly Joey wasn't planning to. My heart lurched into my throat, but before I could stop her, Joey shoved the microphone into my hand. Then she dove into the crowd. Only the crowd hadn't been ready for her, so she crashed onto the floor instead.
Chapter 33. Joey. I fought a moan as my elbows and knees hit the ground and the breath left my lungs. That had not gone the way I had envisioned. Right now, I knew a crowd had surrounded me, not to hear me sing, but to see if I was alive. I totally had to save face. I forced myself to my feet, raised my arms in a victory stance, and announced, "I'm okay." A second of silence passed. Then everyone cheered and offered high fives. I'd deal with my aches and pains later. I could only blame myself for getting carried away. Cassidy and Gabby appeared on either side of me, both giving me looks that indicated they were concerned. "Show's over now, folks," Cassidy announced. "But thank you for your enthusiasm." The crowd slowly drifted away and resumed their normal activities. As they did, the 3 of us turned back to Billy. I let Cassidy take control of the situation. "We did what you asked. Made fools of ourselves. Joey almost died. Now you need to honor your end of the bargain and tell us what you know." My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I glanced at the screen. It was Jackson, but I hoped his call could wait. I needed to hear what Billy had to say first. I'd call him back in a moment. I stared at Billy instead, waiting with bated breath for his reveal. I hoped this hadn't all been an elaborate scheme on his part to drum up attention for Willy Wahoos. I wouldn't put it past him. "All right." He leaned toward us with his elbows on the bar. "I'll keep my end of the bargain." "That guy was in here earlier. He actually asked me for some advice. Who in their right mind would ask Billy Corbina for advice? That would be like asking a career criminal what the secret to being a good person was." "What was he asking for your advice on?" Chief Chambers asked. "He said he needed a bodyguard and asked me if I knew anyone who might be available." My phone buzzed in my pocket again. Was Jackson calling again? I definitely needed to answer if that was the case. I would in just a minute. Billy was so close to sharing what he knew. "And what did you tell him?" Chief Chambers pressed, pinning him with her gaze. I told him that the only people close by who I'd heard of worked for some organization called Blackout in Lantern Beach. My eyebrows shot up. That was the security agency Chief Chambers' husband owned and operated. Was Billy just saying this because he knew Chief Chambers was affiliated with them? I studied Billy's face, and I didn't think this was some type of setup. He was being serious. "You recommended Blackout?" Chief Chambers asked, a skeptical tone to her voice. "Yeah. You got a problem with that?" Billy refilled someone's beer as he spoke. "You do realize my husband runs that organization?" Realization rolled over his features. "Now that you mention it, that does sound familiar. Tell your husband he's welcome." I'm glad I could send a client his way. Billy winked. "Roscoe isn't usually the type of client he takes on." Chief Chambers' expression remained tough and unyielding. Billy's charm wouldn't work on her. "Roscoe said he was heading there to talk to him." "Interesting," Chief Chambers muttered. "Anything else you know about this situation?" "About Roscoe?" "Nah, man. I don't know much, but I've seen that guy in here before meeting with some pretty shady characters." "You mean members of the Coastal Cartel?" I asked. Chief Chambers shot me a look and I frowned. I probably shouldn't interrupt. "I don't know about no Coastal Cartel." Billy remained looking casual as he leaned on the bar. "But I know there's been a lot of movement in the drug trade industry in the area lately." "The drug trade industry?" I repeated. The way he worded it almost made it sound like it was a respectable, legitimate business. "What do you mean by that?" Chief Chambers shifted as she waited for his response. "I just mean there's more than one big kahuna in town. And neither of these kahunas is happy about the presence of the other." Gabby shifted. "You're telling me there are two competing crime organizations in the Outer Banks?" Her voice had held an edge of disbelief, an emotion I could totally understand. The very idea seemed outlandish. "I'm just telling you what I heard." Billy raised his hands in the air as if to say he was innocent. "I'm staying out of it." I had my doubts about that, but it sounded like we had all the information we would get from him. Now we needed to get busy.
Chapter 34. Cassidy. I had to call Ty. As I stepped away from the bar and grabbed my phone, Joey motioned that she was going to step outside to make a call also. Gabby said she would go with her, probably just to keep an eye on her. This whole day had turned out to be way more than I intended. Did I mention that yet? Ty answered on the first ring, and I could hear Faith singing in the background. My heart melted. I never thought I would love being a wife and a mother as much as I did, but nothing made me happier. "Hey, hun." "Hi, how's everything going?" "I take it you won't be home for dinner tonight." I let out a little chuckle. "No, I won't. Everything has gone off track, you could say. I would be happy to tell you about it later. I look forward to hearing it. Is everything okay?" "I just heard a rumor that a man named Roscoe Burgess may be calling Blackout to see if he can get protection," I told him. "Actually, he may not even be calling. He may just decide to show up and ask you guys. Who is this guy again? I know you were transporting him for some type of trial. It turns out he's most likely an accountant for the mob. Now he's on the run and has people who want to kill him." "That's a lot," Ty said. "So if he does show up here, what do you want me to do?" "I want you to accept him as your client, and then I want you to hold him until I can get to him." "I can do that. I'll make some calls right now to make sure the rest of the gang knows that as well." "That would be perfect." I paused. "I can't wait to see you guys later. Give Faith a kiss for me, okay?" "I'll do that. In the meantime, stay safe." "I'm trying." But it doesn't help that I just had to sing karaoke on top of a bar. "What?" Ty's voice rose. "That doesn't sound anything like you." Again, it's a part of my long story. But today has been anything but boring, to say the least. I glanced out the window and paused. Flashing red and blue lights strobed outside in the parking lot. What was going on? "I've got to go," I muttered to Ty. "Okay, talk to you later." I shoved the phone back into my pocket and started toward the front door, a bad feeling brewing in my stomach. When I stepped outside into the frigid nighttime air, my eyes widened. 2 cop cars were parked in front of the building, and 2 officers were handcuffing Gabby and Joey. Outrage burst through me. "Excuse me?" I grabbed my badge and flashed it at them. "What's going on here?" The larger of the 2 cops turned toward me. "We have a warrant to bring them in." I glanced at his shirt. "Lowry with the Plymouth PD Graves jurisdiction." My hands went to my hips. "On what grounds are you arresting them?" "We got a tip and found this in their vehicle." He held up a small bag with a white, powdery substance inside. "Did you have a warrant for that?" Gabby asked. "We didn't need one since we could see the drugs when we looked through the window," the officer said. Gabby crossed her arms, her eyes narrowed. "Someone planted that there." "You guys are making a mistake." "It sounds to me like you girls were the ones making mistakes," Hanks, the other officer and the scrawnier of the 2, said. "Possession of drugs is a misdemeanor." "You can't arrest them," I said. "They've done nothing wrong." "They're being set up." "They will need to prove that themselves," Lowry continued. I stepped between Lowry and Joey. "You're going to have to get past me first." Just as I said the word, someone grabbed my arm. As I turned, I saw it was Hanks. "Then, we're going to have to bring you in also for obstruction of justice." He pulled out another pair of handcuffs and slapped the cuffs around my wrists. I wanted to resist, but I didn't. I knew where that would lead if I did. Something fishy was going on here. Whatever it was, I didn't like it.
Chapter 35. Gabby. Well, this wasn't going to look good for my resume, not for Cassidy's or Joey's either. Making the matter worse was the fact that bystanders had been taking pictures on their cell phones of us being arrested. I had no doubt those would show up online soon. How would I explain this one to my boss? I respected the woman. I really did. But I was already on thin ice with her after I'd argued with another colleague's findings. I'd been told to back down. I hadn't. But it turned out I'd been correct. I'd even considered going out on my own. But the equipment I'd need to do some of those tests were out of reach. Starting my own business just wasn't a viable option right now. However, those fears weren't my greatest worry right now. What I didn't understand was how in the world that cocaine had gotten into the back of my SUV. No wonder those guys following us had backed off. They'd come up with another plan instead, hadn't they? Those dirty, rotten scoundrels. I knew just the person to help us. Joey and I were placed in the back seat of a squad car, while Cassidy had been put in the other vehicle. The stench of bad BO in the car made my stomach turn. This was where criminals were supposed to sit. Not me, not Joey, not Cassidy. Knowing time was of the essence, I reached for my Apple Watch. Our phones had been taken, but I could call Riley on this if I could find the right screen. I could do this. I'd actually practiced doing it a few times. I figured the skill might come in handy sometime, and now it appeared my paranoia would pay off. I hit the button on the side of my screen and then peered over my shoulder. Joey sent me a questioning look. When she saw my watch, realization washed through her gaze. She got the hint that I needed her to distract the officer up front and leaned forward. "Do you know who I am?" "You're Joey Darling, the world-famous actress," Lowry said in a mocking tone. "You know this is going to get national attention and bring you under scrutiny, right?" she continued. "I have legions of fans who are going to hate you for this." I hid a smile. As that conversation continued, I found the phone button on my watch. Then I turned my volume down so the officer wouldn't hear anything through the small speaker. I peered over my shoulder, found Riley's number, and hit dial. The best I could do right now was to let him overhear what was going on. I knew I couldn't talk to him. Once I got to the station, I'd get a phone call, I supposed. But I needed Riley to know this now. It would take him at least an hour and a half to get here. Every moment counted right now. Especially if what Rhonda, the receptionist, had told us was correct and something was going down at the lighthouse tonight. We couldn't miss that. It was our opportunity to find answers. I glanced at my watch one more time, trying not to be too obvious. It appeared my phone call had worked and Riley was on the line. Hopefully, he would listen and be able to understand this situation. Now, I needed to drop some hints. "Where are you taking us?" I asked. "To the police station in Plymouth." "You're really arresting us?" I continued. "A forensic expert? A police chief and an actress? Lowry looked at me as if I were dense. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Those drugs were planted in my car. Someone set us up. You have to know that. Innocent until proven guilty, right? Look, we're just doing what we were told to do, Lowry barked. We're bringing you in. I agree with Joey. I leaned forward as much as I could. You have no legal grounds for doing this. We've done nothing wrong. Save your breath. You can tell it to the judge later. You can rest assured I will, I told him, because my husband is a lawyer, and once he gets his hands on you, you'll lose your job. Between the legal action against you and the social media backlash against your entire police department, after Joey shares with her millions of fans what you've done, your career is going to crash. Leaders in Plymouth will have no choice but to fire you because of the bad press. You have to know it's always the people at the bottom of the ladder who take the fall for things like this, never the people in power. Lowry's mouth jerked down in a frown. Good. I'd gotten under his skin. That was exactly what I had wanted to do. I wanted to make him shake in his boots. Just a little bit, at least. Enough talking, Lowry growled. Is it against the law to talk while we're in the back of the cop car? I asked. I don't think so. This guy was seriously underestimating me if he thought I didn't know my rights, if he thought I hadn't been in tough spots before. Joey said her nosiness often got herself into trouble, but I'd been in a lot of really tight scrapes too. Joey's eyes lit as she looked at me, and I knew she had an idea. Hey you, she started, leaning toward Lowry. You want to hear a song? Absolutely not, Lowry said. That's too bad. Then Joey started belting. I fought the law. Once she started, she didn't stop. Shut up, Lowry barked at her. You're giving me a headache. I kind of liked the fact he was agitated, so I joined her, purposefully singing off-key. He'd already arrested us. What else could he do? Gag us? Shoot us? We finished singing 5 rounds of the song when Joey imitated a whiny child on vacation by asking, "How much longer?" We'll be at the station in 10 minutes. Lowry raked a hand through his hair. And I, for one, can't count down those moments fast enough.
Chapter 36. Joey. I totally should have answered that phone call from Jackson, I realized. Had he somehow caught wind that this would happen? Maybe he'd been trying to warn me. I may not be totally up to date on all things law enforcement, but I knew enough to know I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd been set up. But now here I was, in the back of a squad car. By the time we pulled up to the station, it was dark outside, and I was actually tired of singing ridiculous songs, though I wouldn't admit it to Lowry. I'd forced myself to continue just to annoy this guy, and it had worked. I hid a smile as he put the patrol car into park and let out a long sigh. The other squad car pulled up beside us a few seconds later. Good. I'd been worried about Chief Chambers being by herself, although I knew if anyone could handle the situation, it would be her. Gabby and I were taken from the car, where we joined Chief Chambers outside. The 3 of us were led inside the small station and deposited in a dirty holding cell that had names carved into the cinder block walls and the overwhelming stench of urine in the air. The officers took our handcuffs off and left. As we all turned toward each other, Gabby quickly whispered, "When they interrogate us, whatever you do, don't say anything." "I agree," Chief Chambers said quietly. "I don't know what's going on here, but we're not going to play into their hands." I really liked these women a lot. They were hardcore. "We've been set up." Gabby rubbed her wrists as if the handcuffs had been uncomfortable. They'd taken her watch when we'd arrived. It's the only way to explain this. "I think we've been getting too close to the truth." Chief Chambers' eyes hardened. "However, this makes me think that someone with the police is in on this." I shifted as we stood in a circle. Or since there were only 3 of us, would it be a triangle? It didn't matter. "Jackson tried to call me earlier, but I didn't answer," I admitted. "I think he was trying to warn me." "The Plymouth Police Department had to leave their jurisdiction in order to make this arrest," Chief Chambers said. "I'm sure they gave the NAG's head PD a heads up. As soon as Jackson heard, he probably wanted to let you know so you could be on alert. I pushed my hair away from my face as I continued to try to make sense of things. How did these cops even know where we were? Excellent question, Chief Chambers agreed. Unless they've been following us, which is what I suspect happened. Someone has been keeping an eye on us to make sure we didn't find out anything. But what could we have found out that would have intimidated someone enough to plant drugs in my SUV? Gabby frowned and stared into the distance in thought. We've talked to Lane the taxidermist, to Sir Stuffington, Harry Henderson, and Billy Corbina, Chief Chambers said. We've also gone to the game store. One of those things must have triggered something. How are we going to prove those aren't our drugs? I asked. We're going to need to trace our steps. Look for security cameras. Gabby straightened. Riley has one of those dash cams in our Highlander. As a lawyer, he's seen where they've been a lifesaver in the past. Does it record even when the vehicle is parked? I asked. Gabby nodded. Yes, apparently it does. If we can get a look at that footage, we'll have proof we've been set up. As soon as I'm able to make my phone call, I'll contact Riley. I think he listened in on my smartwatch. I called him in the squad car. Smart thinking, Cassidy murmured. Now we just have to let this play out. I glanced at the chief, my thoughts churning about the consequences of this arrest. This is going to look bad for your career, isn't it? Her eyes narrowed, not in fear but in irritation. It's going to look even worse for them when it turns out all this was a mistake. That's my girl, I thought to myself. Chief Chambers was a fighter, much like my character Raven Remington. I was getting so much inspiration today. The door leading to the holding cell area opened again, and I froze, expecting to see an officer step inside. Would they lead us into separate interrogation rooms and waterboard us? No, I didn't think that torture technique usually happened in small-town North Carolina. At least I hope not. Besides, it wasn't like I was sitting on any information, except we had learned a few things about the Coastal Cartel. But had we discovered anything everyone else didn't already know? My thoughts bounced all over the place. But it wasn't an officer who stepped inside. It was Jackson, my real-life leading man and hero. I ran toward the bars and reached for him. He took my hand into his as he paused in front of the cell. He did not look happy with his stormy gaze and hard jaw. You ladies okay? He started. We're fine, I told him, wanting to put his fears at ease. His jaw remained hard, despite my words. I'm going to get you guys out of here. I can't believe someone thought it was okay to do this. We haven't done anything wrong. I squeezed his hand harder. I know. Something's fishy. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Jackson was many things. Many spectacular things. Of all those spectacular things, one of my favorite spectacular things was the fact he was so protective of me. I knew he'd do everything in his power to not let any harm come to me. He'd proven that time and time again. But the countdown was on for that meeting. It was supposed to take place in 2 hours. So exactly how long were we going to be here?
Chapter 37. Gabby. 30 minutes later, I was led into a small interrogation room with stained beige walls and a buzzy fluorescent light above me. There were 3 chairs in the room, no table or anything else. There wasn't even an observation window, which made me feel more claustrophobic. I already had a plan of action. Whatever I did, I wouldn't give these cops any type of satisfaction. The Rolling Stones song began to play in my head, becoming my mantra. I stared at a man who'd introduced himself as Chief Graves. He was 40-something and of medium height with dark brown hair that had a touch of curl. His face was round, which made him look heavier than he actually was, and he had a squishy-looking button nose. He sat in the chair in front of me, leering at me with a certain smugness in his gaze that made me want to slap him with a tortilla. "Looks like you've gotten yourself into a pickle," he murmured. "It looks to me like you've gotten yourself into something fishy." "I'll take the pickle over the fish." He narrowed his eyes, clearly not appreciating my play on words. "Where did you get the cocaine?" he asked. "Why don't you tell me where it came from?" "How would I know?" I leaned closer. "I think we both know the answer to that." Fire danced in his gaze. "What are you implying?" "I'm not implying anything. I'm explicitly stating that Before I could finish my statement, the door flew open. My gaze swung toward it. All the air left my lungs when I saw Riley step inside. My Riley. The one with the neat dark hair and intelligent blue eyes. He still wore his suit, but his slate black tie wasn't quite as tight as it had been earlier in the day. An air of confidence swirled around him as his gaze flickered from me, no doubt checking that I was okay, to Chief Graves. His eyes turned icy when he saw the man. "I hope you're not questioning my client without her attorney present." Chief Graves scowled. "And who are you?" "My hero." "Riley Thomas, her lawyer." "Riley Thomas?" The chief raised his eyebrows. "And are you qualified to practice law in North Carolina, Mr. Thomas?" "If my guess is right, you're Mrs. Thomas's husband, and she is from Virginia." "I'm actually licensed to practice law in 3 different states." Riley paused. "Any more questions?" I didn't even bother to try to hide my smile. I loved it when Riley talked in legalities in situations like this, because Chief Graves was way out of his league right now, even if he didn't know it. Riley was a perfect mix of smart, well-educated, and compassionate. He did a lot of work pro bono, but he also tackled big cases that helped to fund his pro bono ones. Money wasn't important to Riley and me. We just needed enough to live on. Riley continued to glare at Graves. "Are you officially filing charges against my client? Because I have dash cam footage that shows someone else placing that cocaine in the SUV and setting them up." Graves sucked in a breath. He hadn't seen that one coming, had he? "Good. I'll need to see this footage," he finally said. Riley pulled out his phone and showed him. Graves grunted and nodded slowly. Then he turned to me. "So, for the record, you don't have any involvement in activities tied with organized crime?" "You and I both know these ladies aren't working with the mob in any way," Riley said for me. "So why don't you stop playing these games? You're trying to get them out of the way for some reason." "Go get 'em, Tiger." Riley stared the police chief down. "If you're not charging them with anything, then I demand you release them. Now." Chief Graves stared at him another moment, and I could see the wheels turning in his mind. He was trying to figure out whether or not he could keep us longer. Finally, he lowered his head and offered a drawn-out nod. "Fine. They're free to go, but I will be questioning them later." Riley reached for me, and I took his hand. I shot Chief Graves one more look as I walked into the hallway with Riley. Once we were outside the room, I turned to him. "You got here in record time. I left as soon as I overheard what was happening. I just so happened to be meeting with a client in Moyock, so I was closer than usual. More than anything, I wanted to wrap my arms around him and give him a big kiss. But not here." "What about your friends?" Riley asked. "I'm assuming they're here too." I nodded. Just then, Jackson strode from a doorway down the hall and approached us. "I just got word that Cassidy and Joey are being released also. Thanks to their lawyer? Is that you?" Riley extended his hand. "Riley Thomas, attorney at law." Jackson Sullivan, Nag's head detective. I wondered if these two could be friends. I could see it. I didn't know Jackson that well. Actually, I didn't know him at all, but I generally had a good sense about people. Several minutes later, Cassidy and Joey joined us. We didn't wait in the police station any longer than necessary. We got our personal effects back and then headed outside. We needed to get away from any listening ears because we all had a lot to talk about.
Chapter 38. Cassidy. We climbed inside Jackson's police car. Riley sat up front where there was more room, and the 3 of us ladies sat in the back. I was glad to be out of that police station. I didn't like being on the other side of the law, nor did I appreciate being accused of things I was not guilty of. If Graves thought I would let this slide, he was wrong. I was more determined than ever to get to the bottom of this situation. And Graves would face the consequences for his actions. I'd make sure of it. I felt certain there was more to uncover concerning his involvement in all things illegal. Jackson turned toward us. "I need the full scoop on everything. None of this. I'll tell you the details later." Before we started talking, I glanced at the time. We had an hour and a half until the meeting at the lighthouse went down, but we would need to get there early. Still, taking 10 minutes to fill these guys in on the situation was the least we could do since they'd stepped in to help us out. We began running through the details of what had happened, Joey, of course, adding a little more detail than we needed at times. When we finished, Jackson said, "Graves must be in on this." "That was my thought exactly," Riley said. "He wanted to make sure you guys weren't in the middle of things to hinder his plan." "Does that mean he knows we know about the meeting at the lighthouse tonight?" Gabby asked. Jackson turned to study her face. "You said the receptionist for Harry Henderson told you about this meeting?" "That's right," Gabby said. She seemed scared, like she was trapped in a situation she couldn't get out of. "Then I don't see how he'd know that you know," Riley said. "It's not like this receptionist would own up to it. You haven't told anyone else, have you?" "We haven't," I confirmed. "Only the two of you." So, somehow, Graves is either working with the mob or they have something on him and are leveraging that information to their advantage, Riley continued. "Whatever is going down tonight must be big because they wanted to make sure you guys didn't get in the way." "Do you think they'll be anticipating us showing up?" Gabby asked. "That's a good question," Jackson said. "I don't know. But we need to be there and see if they show up or not. I need to let other law enforcement in on this as well." "I'm okay with that," I said. "I do need to call Ty and see if Roscoe got in touch with him." "Why don't you do that now?" Jackson asked. I grabbed my phone and dialed Ty's number, but he didn't answer. Didn't answer? Concern ricocheted through me. It wasn't like him not to answer. I tried again, but this time the call went straight to voicemail. Something was up. I was certain of it. That realization made my stomach churn. I prayed Ty was okay. "Joey, I need you to go back to the house, where I know you'll be safe. I'd like to leave Gabby and Riley there with you if that's okay with them. Only professional law enforcement should be on the scene for this." She frowned but nodded. "I guess that makes sense." "The three of us should stick together," Gabby told her. "It's only smart." "My car is here," Riley said. "I can drive us back to your house." "Perfect," Jackson said. "You three go back to the house, and Cassidy and I should have just enough time to get to the lighthouse before everything goes down." Whenever there was money and power involved, the stakes were always high, because some people would do anything for those things, even if it meant taking another life. I knew my place in this situation. I was police chief on Lantern Beach, but this area wasn't my jurisdiction. As much as I wanted to call the shots, I couldn't. Thankfully, we had Jackson for that. As he headed down the road, I kept an eye out for signs of anyone following us. I didn't see anyone, but I'd be surprised if Graves and the people working either with him or for him weren't somehow keeping an eye on us. 30 minutes later, Jackson and I pulled up to the Body Island Lighthouse. The light atop the structure turned, illuminating the area every several seconds. It had been keeping mariners safe for more than a century, but other than its light, the night was dark out here. Clouds concealed the moon, and the wind was strong enough to obscure any sounds as they raced over the marsh grass. Jackson had already called in backup, and some of his officers were setting up a perimeter. The tricky part was making sure we weren't seen. If the coastal cartel, Joey's name was growing on me, had any idea we were going to be here, they would trash this idea. My hope was Graves thought he'd spooked us enough that we'd stop pursuing this. Jackson and I crouched behind a clean white building housing the bathrooms. "Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here," Jackson said. "If this is legit or just some type of game." Anticipation thrummed through me as I waited. The minutes ticked by so slowly that I had to wonder if this was all for nothing. Then a car pulled into the lot. A police car. From Plymouth, North Carolina. It was Chief Graves, wasn't it? Had he been trying to set me up? I would make sure some type of justice for him was enacted in all this. The legal kind, not the personal vendetta type. "What did I miss?" a new voice whispered behind me. I turned quickly at the familiar sound. "Ty, I was so worried about you." "Faith decided to drop my phone in the toilet," he explained. "And now it won't work. I'm going to have to get a new one." "Oh, Faith!" I hid my smile. "Speaking of which, where is she right now?" "My mom is watching her," he said. "Don't worry. She's fine. I didn't know you were coming. How did you find me here?" "It sounded like you needed help, so I started up here." "Without my phone. But I had my computer, and I was able to follow the tracker on your phone. For some, that might feel intrusive, but not for me. Ty and I had been in too many dangerous situations before. We learned to take many precautions. Jackson and I updated him on what was going on. I always felt better when Ty was near. As a former Navy SEAL, he had skills the rest of us could only dream about. There was no one I trusted more. "What about Roscoe?" Ty whispered. "Did he ever turn up?" I frowned. I haven't seen him. It made no sense. Where had the man gone? Had someone grabbed him? I'd figure that out. Eventually. Right now, I needed to see what was going down here. I prayed this wasn't a huge waste of time. Several minutes later, another car pulled into the lot. We watched as Aldo Napolitano stepped out. My hunch had been right. Both of these men were in on this.
Chapter 39. Joey. Just as I had promised Jackson, I headed with Gabby and Riley back to my house. The three of us would stay there until this passed. I also knew this would be easier said than done. If there was one thing I could say about myself, it was that I had major FOMO, especially when it came to police investigations. Making matters worse was the fact that I felt deeply invested in this case. We pulled up to my oceanfront home, and I ushered Gabby and Riley inside. Ordinarily, I'd offer to show them around and get them something to drink. But this wasn't the time. I did, however, introduce them to our Australian shepherd, Ripley. The canine was so happy to see us. Dogs really were the best. They made the gloomiest days happier. I knew we were all still thinking about everything that had happened. The fact we'd been arrested only upped the stakes. Some crooked people were behind whatever was going on. People who should not get away with this. "If you don't mind, I'd like to check something online," Gabby said. "Can I borrow a computer?" "Of course." I'll grab my laptop. I hurried to the bedroom to get it. When I returned, Gabby and Riley were sitting at my kitchen table. I typed in my password and handed the laptop to her. She logged into some kind of site, or maybe it was her cloud account. Then she showed us the screen. "These are the photos and images I've found while investigating these drowning deaths." Gabby showed us various pictures of the victims online. I still think there's a taxidermy link to this investigation, which leaves me with either Lane Benasiewicz or Bryce Daniels as my primary suspect. "Which man are you leaning toward?" Riley asked. "Lane." After she said his name, Gabby pulled up Lane Benasiewicz's website. He had a whole page dedicated to photos he'd taken of his workshop and his work. As Riley and I watched, she began to scroll through them. As she continued to look at the photos, a picture caught my eye. "Wait. Go back." Gabby scrolled back to the photo. "What is it?" "Can you blow that picture up?" She did as I asked. I stared at the image, making sure I had my facts straight. I was nearly certain I did. "Gabby, you see the little emblem on that box right there?" I squinted as I looked closer. The image was a little blurry and pixelated, but it looked like a fox. When you looked closer, the letters ELT, Everlasting Taxidermy, were incorporated into the image. Everlasting Taxidermy? I hadn't heard that name yet. As far as I knew, both Lane and Bryce simply used their names. "I saw a stack of those same boxes in the office at Willie Wahoo's when we were looking at that security footage," I told her. I didn't think anything of it because I didn't associate it with Lane Benasiewicz. I figured it was office supplies of some sort. Gabby turned to me, her eyes flickering with thought. "You're saying you saw boxes from Lane Benasiewicz's shop at Willie Wahoo's?" "I did," I confirmed. "I remember that image because it looks similar to one a fictional spy ring used in an episode of Relentless." "You know what this means, don't you?" Gabby looked at me and then at Riley. "This means we have a connection. Lane Benasiewicz's business might be more than a taxidermy business, just like Sir Stuffington told us." "Sir Stuffington?" Riley raised his eyebrows. "That's a story for another day," Gabby said. "Right now, I think we need to get to Willie Wahoo's and see if we can figure out what's inside those boxes." "What's Willie Wahoo's?" Riley asked, sounding even more confused. "It's a bar in the area," I told him. "It's not that far away." He twisted his neck, caution in his gaze. "We did promise we'd stay here." "But what if Jackson and Cassidy are looking in the wrong direction?" My question hung in the air. Riley let out a long breath before looking from Gabby to me, then back to Gabby. "I have a feeling I can't stop either of you from doing what you want to do. But I'm going to go along with you, just to offer another set of eyes." My heart soared. Good. I was going to get to investigate after all. I only prayed we didn't regret it.
Chapter 40. Gabby. What we were doing could be dangerous, but the reward would be worth the risk. Besides, even though I had told Jackson we'd stay at Joey's house, I was a professional investigator. I should be able to make some of my own rules. We pulled up to Willy Wahoo's, one of the few establishments still open past midnight. The parking lot was packed, and techno-infused music filled my ears even before I opened my car door. How do we plan on getting into the office to check those boxes? Riley sat behind the wheel, staring at the building with the bright signs in the windows advertising various kinds of alcohol. The place was classy. One of us needs to distract people while the other person goes into the office, Joey suggested. Riley pointed behind the building. I'm assuming the office is in the back? It is, I confirmed. He peered out his window, his eyes narrowing. He had a better view of that area than we did. It looks like an employee is going in and out of the back door right now, taking out trash and cardboard boxes. Going in that way might be our best bet. I agreed and turned to Joey. Do you want to be the distractor or the searcher? She didn't have to think about it long. I'm a better distractor. I agreed. We climbed out of the car knowing we had no time to waste. We needed to get in that door before it locked behind the employee. I had no idea what kind of distraction technique Joey could use, but I had a feeling she'd be good at it, whatever it was. We paused before rounding the corner, a frigid breeze sweeping from the ocean, across the dune, over the street, and needling itself through our clothes. Joey turned toward us and whispered, "You both stay behind the corner until I say the word wackadoo." That's your cue to go inside. Wackadoo? How did she plan on incorporating that into her conversation? I had no idea, but if anyone could do it, it was Joey. She headed behind the restaurant, and the next instant we heard, "Excuse me, have you seen a stray spider monkey back here?" A stray spider monkey? Really? The sound of boxes being broken down went silent. "Spider monkey?" a deep voice asked. Joey laughed. I know it sounds crazy, but she's my baby and she slipped out of the house. I thought she might have come back here, drawn to the smell of the dumpster or something. I haven't seen any spider monkeys back here, but good luck. If you don't mind, could I just peer inside the dumpster? I need to know for sure she's not in there. Apparently, her first owner was a lush, and now Buttons, I call her Butt, is drawn to the scent of alcohol. That's why I came here. Okay, sure, I guess. You're the best. Thank you so much. Riley and I exchanged a glance. Joey Darling was the type of person you didn't forget. The sound of metal opening and feet shuffling filled the air. Thanks again for helping me, Joey said, chuckling. I know this whole situation must seem so wackadoo. That was our cue. Riley and I snuck from around the corner. The employee's back was toward us, and the door to the restaurant was propped open with a brick. Perfect. Quietly, we slipped inside. The coast was clear, for now. I waved my hand, motioning for Riley to follow me to the office. I twisted the handle, praying for the best. The door was unlocked. I slowly turned the knob and opened it only a crack, just in case someone was inside. As I peered through the small opening, I saw the empty chair, a desk, and a computer. We slipped inside and closed the door behind us. I didn't bother to look around too much. Instead, my gaze went to the boxes in the corner of the room. That's them, I whispered. Let me help. Riley reached for the top one and set it on the office chair. As he did, voices drifted down the hall, and we froze. What if Billy Corbina came in here and caught us? I'd go back to jail, which was the last thing I wanted, or Billy might kill us. I put my finger up, indicating we should pause. Then I crept toward the door and cracked it open. Billy Corbina was heading this way. My pulse quickened. I held my breath as I waited. But before he reached the office, someone called him from the dining room. He turned, yelled something back. He muttered an annoyance under his breath. Then he finally turned around and headed back to the bar. The breath left my lungs. Riley and I would need to work quickly. I rushed back to him and we carefully unfolded the cardboard flaps on top. White and mint green packing peanuts filled it. We shoved them aside to see what they protected. A stuffed duck. "This gives stuffing the bird a whole new meaning," I murmured. "Tell me about it." Riley shook his head. "Let's check a couple of other boxes." Working quickly, we did just that. Taxidermized animals were in each of them. Why in the world would Billy Corbina have 8 boxes of taxidermized animals? I didn't know the man well, but he didn't strike me as the type to go hunting. So what exactly was going on with these animals? There was only one thing I could think of. Part of me hated to do this, but I was going to do it anyway. "You have your pocket knife on you?" I asked Riley. He pulled it from his pocket and handed it to me. "You're not going to pull this on someone, are you?" "Of course not." I let out a laugh. "You know that's not my style." "Then what are you—" Before he finished his question, I dug the knife into the bottom of the mallard. Riley stared at me in surprise. "Gabby?" I really hoped my hunch paid off. I spread the bottom of the duck apart as if doing an autopsy on it. Then my breath caught. Bags of a white powder had been stuffed inside the duck. Cocaine, I realized. Lane Banasiewicz was using his animals to help transport illegal drugs up and down the North Carolina coast. But if that was true, then who were Jackson and Cassidy keeping an eye on at the Body Island Lighthouse?
Chapter 41. Cassidy. As soon as we saw the drugs exchanging hands, Jackson and I knew it was time to act. Jackson pulled out his radio and gave his guys the go-ahead. Only seconds later, 6 police officers surrounded Graves and Aldo with their guns in hand. "Police! Put your hands up!" Graves glanced around, his eyes lit with indignation. "What in the—" The officer ignored him and slapped handcuffs on his wrists. Immense satisfaction filled me as I watched, especially after what that man had put me through earlier. "Do you know who I am?" He glared at everyone around him. Jackson stepped out of the shadows toward him. A drug dealer, apparently. Graves' eyes narrowed when he recognized us. "You two? Were you following me? What are you doing here?" "We could ask the same of you." Jackson's voice sounded hard, making it clear he wasn't going to play these games. "There's nothing illegal about me being here, meeting to talk to my friend." I stepped closer. "Where's Roscoe?" "I don't know," he bit back. "Don't you remember?" "You're the one who lost him. You thought he had information that could destroy you," I said. "So you wanted to get rid of him." "You tried to use me to do that." Graves scoffed. "You're out of your mind." "I was trying to get the man transported from Hatteras to my jurisdiction, just as I was told." Though his words sounded sincere, I'd be a fool to trust anything this man said. Instead, I stepped closer. "You're a disgrace. You're a sworn officer of the law, and you've been throwing around your power and using it to your advantage. Also, you could have financial gain. It's despicable." He scowled at me but said nothing. "This was all his idea, you know," Napolitano blurted. "We ran into each other at Willy Wahoo's, and he heard me talking about wanting to start a business here. He got all of this rolling. I just wanted a decent life for myself and my family." Jackson's officers led Graves and Napolitano to a squad car so they could finish investigating. We walked to the back of Aldo's truck and peered inside. Boxes and boxes of board games were stacked there. At least that was how they appeared on the surface. Jackson picked up one called Cops and Robbers. He used his pocket knife to slit the plastic coating. Then he pulled the lid off. A board game wasn't nestled inside. Instead, bags of what appeared to be cocaine were stacked there. These people had been running this drug smuggling ring, and I had no doubt they'd been planning to distribute this stuff up and down the East Coast. Graves had abused his position with the police to cover up the crime. My only comfort was in knowing this was all over now. He'd been caught in his own game. I mentally moaned at the wordplay. Now we just needed to find Roscoe. Then maybe I could concentrate on helping Gabby with her taxidermy case.
Chapter 42. Joey. I kept talking to the man, distracting him with stories about my fake butt. Finally, I glanced back and saw Gabby peering around the corner, motioning to me. I turned back to the man who'd literally climbed into the dumpster for me. "Thank you so much for your help." I guess I was wrong, Butt wasn't in here after all. I guess not. He flipped his hand, shrugging off something gooey that was stuck to it. I'll keep going down the road. I hope I find her somewhere. Good luck, he muttered. I had a feeling if he didn't think I was cute, he would have never helped. In the dim light behind the building, he hadn't recognized me as Joey Darling. Either that or he didn't watch TV. Who knows? I hurried around the corner, anxious to hear what Gabby and Riley had found. They waited for me, their backs against the wall, but a new light lingered in their gazes. Well? I asked. Did you find out anything? They told me about the stuffed animals and the drugs inside. My pulse quickened. So, Lane Banasiewicz really is a part of this? Is he connected with the case Chief Chambers is investigating too? I know it seems like a stretch, but I think there could be a connection there somewhere, Gabby said. I still don't know all the details yet, but I'd like to swing by Mr. Banasiewicz's place of business. I don't know exactly what I think I'll find out there, but my gut tells me I should go see it again. I'm good with that. I glanced at my phone. I hadn't heard any updates from Jackson yet, nor had he called to make sure I was actually at home. I hoped he'd forgive me for not staying in like I'd agreed. Certainly he knew me well enough at this point to know mysteries always superseded common sense. We climbed back into Riley's car and took off down the road toward Lane Banasiewicz's business. Riley slowed as he approached. A white box truck was parked out front, the roller door on the back open and boxes stacked inside. Don't make it obvious we're here, Gabby said. That's Lane. We don't want to show our hand. I stared at the man as he carried something from the front door into the truck. He's loading more boxes! He'd just placed the last box in the truck as we turned around on the street and slowly crept forward. As Lane glanced around, Gabby and I ducked. We couldn't be seen. The good news was he wouldn't recognize Riley. What do you guys think? Riley gripped the steering wheel, still driving slowly. We've got to follow him and see where he's going, Gabby said. And we need to text Cassidy and let her know what's going on too. I can do that, I volunteered as I grabbed my phone. We continued following Lane down the road, Riley surprisingly good at keeping a safe distance behind. A few minutes later, we turned off the main drag through town and headed south toward Hatteras, which also meant we headed toward the Body Island Lighthouse. Was all this connected? Was Lane headed there to meet Harry Henderson and his cronies? I wasn't sure. I glanced at my phone. Cassidy hadn't texted back. That didn't seem like her, unless she was in trouble of some sort. Anxiety thrummed inside me. I prayed that wasn't the case. Maybe she was in the middle of something and would see it soon. A few minutes later, Lane pulled into the parking lot at Coquina Beach. The same parking lot someone had chased us into earlier today. Coincidence? I wasn't sure. What was Lane Banasiewicz doing here? I swallowed hard. We were about to find out.
Chapter 43. Gabby. Pull to the side of the road, I muttered to Riley. Your wish is my command, he murmured before doing what I asked. If they see us drive into the lot, they'll be suspicious, I explained. I doubt very many people are here at this time of night, which is probably what they're counting on. What do you think is happening? Riley threw his car into park. I opened my door. I need to find out. Riley grabbed my arm before I could climb out, concern in his eyes. Are you sure that's a good idea? We'll stay out of sight. But this is the only way for us to find out the truth. Another thought hit me, and I glanced back at Joey. Did you hear from Jackson or Cassidy? She glanced to her phone and frowned. Not yet. It says the message is still sending. This area has spotty cell phone reception. That's probably what's going on right now. We need to be careful. Hopefully, the message will get to Cassidy soon, just in case we need backup. The three of us climbed from the car and darted across the dark, empty road. Then we climbed over one set of dunes to another. We lingered behind some seagrass as we kept an eye on Lane. From this vantage point, we had a perfect view of both the beach and the parking lot. I watched as Lane Banasiewicz climbed out of his box truck and leaned against it as if waiting for someone. A moment later, a dark-colored Porsche 911 pulled up beside him. I held my breath as I anticipated who was driving. Harry Henderson? Chief Graves? My eyes nearly popped out of my head when I saw Rhonda. Wait. Rhonda. What was going on here? Had Henderson forced her to come out here and do his dirty work? Joey and I exchanged a look, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. "Who is that?" Riley whispered as he knelt on the sand. "That's Harry Henderson's receptionist, Rhonda," Joey whispered. "She's the one who tipped us off about the exchange going on tonight at the Body Island Lighthouse. So why would she be here?" None of us had that answer yet. We continued to watch. I expected to see Rhonda cower, to look fearful or uncertain. But she didn't. Instead, she strode toward Lane with her chin raised and her shoulders squared. The two exchanged what appeared to be some heated words. Then Rhonda pointed to the beach before her hands went to her hips. She didn't look as if she were afraid. No, she appeared as if she were in charge. And that car. Where had she gotten the money for a vehicle like that? I swallowed hard as the truth hit me. "Rhonda is in charge," I murmured. "She was trying to throw us off the trail so we wouldn't know what was really going on here. But she's not an innocent bystander. She's a part of this. How could we have been so blind?" Riley turned toward me in surprise. "You think Henderson's secretary is calling the shots?" I nodded slowly, hating the fact that the wool had been pulled over my eyes, so to speak. I didn't see this twist coming. We watched as another vehicle pulled into the lot, and 3 men wearing all black stepped out. Hired guns, if I had to guess. I thought I saw guns protruding near their waists. I continued to watch them carefully. Rhonda pointed to the beach, and then the group headed over a dune. Why would they go to the beach? Why leave behind whatever was in that box truck? Before we could plan our next move, a song blared through the air. "No, no, 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 no." I sucked in a breath and glanced at Joey. Alarm filled her gaze, and she reached for her pocket, desperate to stop the noise. But it was too late. That was the ringtone on her phone. Someone had called her, and she'd forgotten to silence her cell. The group across the dunes swerved their heads toward us. We'd been caught.
Chapter 44, Cassidy. As I stood outside the Body Island Lighthouse with Ty, Jackson, and various police officers, I glanced at my phone and frowned. "Everything okay?" Jackson must have seen my expression because he stepped away from his colleagues and closer to me. "You have that look on your face," Ty confirmed. I glanced at my cell one more time before saying, "Neither Gabby nor Joey are answering their phones." Jackson scowled and ran a hand over his face. "I don't even want to think about why." "Joey has a nose for trouble." I picked up on that. "You don't think they—" My voice trailed. I didn't want to finish my statement because I didn't want the thought to be true. But I knew, based on the look Jackson gave me, my unspoken words were his thoughts exactly. Joey, Gabby, and Riley had somehow veered from our plan of them staying at the house until the danger passed. But where could they be? We'd arrested Graves and Aldo Napolitano, so the danger should be over. In theory. So why was something still bugging me? As another cold breeze swept over the marsh grass, I shivered and pulled my jacket tighter around my neck. My head pounded as I thought through everything. If my friends were in danger, then Jackson, Ty, and I needed to help. But unless we knew where they were, that would be difficult. "Why don't we head back to the house?" Jackson suggested. "See if they're there. See if we can figure out anything." "Yes, that's a good idea." I tried to push aside my concern and convince myself I was overreacting. However, I rarely overreacted. "Let's start with that. It looks like everything's under control here." "I think my guys should be fine." The police chief himself came out to oversee things, so I'm no longer needed. Jackson nodded toward his vehicle. "Let's get moving." We headed to Jackson's SUV. As we started down the road, my thoughts still churned. Had I missed something? Where was Roscoe? Did the taxidermy angle really not fit with the rest of this investigation? A vehicle on the shoulder caught my eye. "Isn't that Riley's car?" "What would his car be doing out here?" Ty asked. "Did Riley, Gabby, and Joey come back to the lighthouse to see what was going on?" Maybe they parked far away so we wouldn't see them. The bad feeling churned harder in my gut. That's a good question. They'd still have to walk down the road to get to the lighthouse. Unless they wanted to cut through the marsh, which I can't see them doing. They'd be muddy, wet, and cold. We parked behind the car, climbed out, and peered inside the dark sedan. But the inside was empty. I glanced around, noting how there was nothing here except marsh grass on one side of the road and sand dunes leading to the ocean on the other. Had the rest of the gang decided to go to the beach? Why would they do that? And why here of all places? I needed to find out.
Chapter 45. Joey. "Come out with your hands up or I'll shoot," Rhonda yelled, aiming her gun in our direction. "If I miss, I have 3 men here who won't. They're much better shots than me." I dug my hands into the sand as I realized our predicament. This was all my fault. How could I have forgotten to turn my stupid phone off? "I'm so sorry," I whispered to Gabby and Riley. "This is because of me." Tension was etched into Gabby's eyes as she stared at Rhonda. "No, we all agreed to come here." I appreciated her attempt to comfort me, though I knew the truth. "What do we do?" "I don't think we have any choice but to cooperate," Riley murmured. "We're outnumbered, and they have guns." Gabby sucked in a breath and glanced at Riley, who was positioned behind us. "Listen, Rhonda hasn't seen you yet. She doesn't even know you exist. You need to go for help." "What?" He flinched. "I can't leave you." "It's the only way we'll get out of this," she continued. "If you're with us, then we're all goners." "It doesn't make any sense. I know you don't want to leave, but leaving is the only choice. You have to get help." He hesitated another moment, and I saw in his gaze how agonizing this decision was. "I'm only going to tell you once more," Rhonda shouted. "Then I'm going to start shooting." "I'll leave," Riley finally said, tension stretching taut through his words. "But only so I can get help." "Thank you," Gabby whispered. "I love you, Riley." "I love you too." He leaned forward and gave her a kiss. A knot formed in my throat at the tender moment, and I desperately prayed nothing happened to Gabby, especially not because of me. Please, Lord. I know I always screw up, but could you help me out here? After giving Gabby one more look, Riley scrambled away before they saw him. Gabby and I nodded at each other before standing. Then we stepped over the dunes with our hands raised. As soon as we left the protection of the dune, the wind coming over the ocean hit us with an icy cold punch. Even as my face went numb, I knew the weather was the least of our concerns right now. Gabby and I made our way down the dune to the beach below where Rhonda, Lane, and their men waited for us. We came to a stop in front of them, hands still raised in the air. Rhonda stared at us, derision dripping from her gaze. "I thought I sent you on a wild goose chase." So that was what this was about. Rhonda must have known something was going down tonight at the lighthouse. Had she pointed us toward her enemies so no one would pay attention to what she did here? That was how it appeared. "You're not going to mess up my plans." Rhonda transformed from a scared receptionist into a vile criminal mastermind. There was no more fear or uncertainty. This was a woman who knew exactly what she was doing. "Are you double-crossing Harry?" I asked. "I thought you were under his thumb." She laughed. Really, it was more of a snort. "Don't be ridiculous. Harry was never in charge of me. I'm the one calling the shots." "So you're not just a receptionist?" My eyes remained fixed on her gun as I tried to buy time for Riley to get help. "Are you kidding me?" she shot back. "I only worked for Harry so I could see what the competition was doing in order to make sure I did it better." I started my business down in Florida, transporting goods for Richard Bronsky. "Wasn't he the drug lord who was killed about 6 months ago?" Gabby asked. "I remember seeing that story on the news." Pride glimmered in Rhonda's eyes. "Why, yes, he did die 6 months ago. But not because a rival crime organization killed him. He died because I was tired of being a minion and decided I should be in charge." My eyebrows flew up. That was not what I expected to hear. This woman was way more cunning than I'd given her credit for. She was a murderer. My blood felt even colder. "I decided I didn't need Richard," Rhonda continued. "I could do this on my own." Richard had me do his dirty work and take all the risks, yet he only paid me a paltry amount. He treated me like either eye candy or his servant, and I didn't want to be treated like either, and I'm not. Not since I've taken fate into my own hands. Now I can have everything I want. I just need to take down the competition first. The competition being Aldo Napolitano and Chief Graves? Gabby asked. Those two thought they could move into my territory with their own little drug enterprise. She clucked her tongue and shook her head. But that's not happening. This is my terrain. So you got Lane Banasiewicz involved? Gabby glanced at the man who stood quietly in the background listening to everything. You needed a way to transport your drugs in a seemingly innocuous product. You must have seen the fox in Harry's office and realized the hollow centers of the stuffed animals would be perfect. That's how you're getting these drugs to where you need them to go. Rhonda's eyes narrowed into a scowl. That's right. We deliver up and down the East Coast, and no one is the wiser to what we're doing. It wasn't really hard to figure out what you ladies were up to either. First, I just followed what was going on via social media. Joey, your fans like to post way too many details about you. I frowned. That was a downside to fame. And now it might get me killed. Go figure. Then you accidentally live-streamed that conversation? Rhonda snorted. It was like you wanted me to know what was going on. I knew that was going to come back to bite me. There was nothing I could say in response. It had been a huge mistake on my part. Rhonda nodded toward the ocean where a small rubber raft bobbed in the distance. Thanks to the trouble you've started, there's too much cop activity happening right now. I prefer to fly with my product, but we're not opposed to transporting our goods by boat either. I had to wonder why they just didn't drive their drugs places. Was that somehow riskier? I wasn't sure, and I had a feeling this wasn't the time to ask. It sounds like you have a plan all worked out, Gabby said. I did. Until you two became involved, at least. She glared at us. Now what am I going to do with you? I pointed behind me. You could just let us walk away. No harm, no foul. Isn't that the saying? She chuckled sardonically. That is not going to happen. So what are you thinking? Gabby lowered her hands slightly. Mine were feeling pretty tired from being up in the air so long. But as Rhonda nudged her gun out farther toward us, Gabby and I both raised our arms higher again. Did we really want to know what Rhonda was thinking right now? What she might do to us? But I didn't shush Gabby. We're buying time, I reminded myself. That was the important thing. You two are going to mysteriously drown. Rhonda smirked. My throat went dry. You're planning on drowning us? In the ocean? People are going to wonder why we were out in the water in the winter. It sounds like a terrible plan. Rhonda scowled like she didn't appreciate my insight on her flawed murder plan. You talk too much. We'll figure out a good explanation. If nothing else, we can blame it on one of your rabid fans. Maybe spin the story so people think an obsessed fan forced you into the water. Or maybe people will think going in the water so late was a publicity stunt on your end. There's nothing you won't do for some fame, right? That's not true. I have plenty of clauses in my contracts about what I won't do. Thank you very much. I suppose this woman hadn't gotten as far as she had by being an idiot. Both of her scenarios for our deaths could be plausible. So you were responsible for those other deaths. Gabby shook her head in disbelief as she glanced at Lane. That's why traces of these taxidermy substances were found on the victims. Those poor people were so desperate for drugs that they'd do anything to get their hands on my cocaine, including helping me with my criminal enterprises. Pride stretched through Rhonda's voice. They helped deliver the goods for me, handling the taxidermized animals in the process. What happened to make you kill them? Gabby asked. Rhonda scowled again. They started to get a little too demanding, so I had to do things my way. On different occasions, each of them met me on the beach in the early morning so we could discuss their next job and their payment. A Zodiac met them on the shore to take them to a larger boat where they could talk to me, in theory, but then they fell overboard with no one to help them. Tragic, isn't it? But the squeaky wheel doesn't always get the grease. Sometimes it gets the boot. That's terrible, I murmured. Rhonda's eyes narrowed. We did to them what we're going to do to you. The wind whipped over us again and I shivered. It was so cold out here. I could only imagine how the ocean would feel. Like an ice bath. And I'd tried one of those trendy ice baths for a while, but I thought I was going to die. I'd vowed to never do it again. There was no way I could let Rhonda take us out there. We wouldn't survive more than 5 minutes in these conditions. Rhonda nodded to one of her guys, indicating for him to take us to the Zodiac bobbing in the surf. Gabby and I glanced at each other, silently communicating that we needed to do something to stop this. We needed a plan, and we needed it quickly.
Chapter 46. Gabby. There was no way I was going in that water. I wouldn't stand a chance, not in these temperatures. A conversation Joey and I had earlier hit me. Even the bad guys don't want anything to do with people who are unhinged. They could handle the scared, the brazen, the illogical, but unhinged? They didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Joey whispered. I hoped we were on the same wavelength because I nodded. Joey's eyes lit, and the next second, her gaze transformed from stubborn to deranged. "Oh, my lands!" She pulled her arms across her chest. "I can't die. I'm too pretty. I'm just too pretty." She began to wail, and I took a step away from her as an uneasy feeling came over me. She was really good at this acting thing. Joey let out another dramatic cry. "What about my dog? Who will take care of my dog? What if my husband eats him alive? He's been threatening to do that, you know." Rhonda only stared, a knot of confusion between her delicately plucked eyebrows. "Maybe Laney boy here will stuff Ripley for Jackson," I murmured, deciding to play her opposite. "You mean with breadcrumbs and sausage before Jackson eats him, like a Thanksgiving turkey?" "No, I mean after Jackson feasts on him." This conversation was so ridiculous. Joey turned toward me, outrage in her gaze. "You're a terrible person, Gabby Thomas. Rhonda here is going to get you to clean up the crime scene once they're done with me, isn't she? You're the expert. You're the cleaner, like the real cleaner, for the mob." "The word mob gives the wrong connotations," Rhonda muttered. "It's really so overused." I pretended not to hear her. "That's right. I would be more than happy to clean up after the mob. In fact, I'd be proud to do so. I've been thinking about a career change anyway. I get paid like dirt." Meanwhile, look at her. She's living the good life as a mafia boss. "Can we just call it organized crime?" Rhonda asked with annoyance. "I should have known not to trust you." Joey stared at me with wild, crazy eyes. "You had something to do with this, didn't you? You're working with her." "Get a grip, Joey." I rolled my eyes. "Will you two stop it?" Rhonda fired her gun into the air to get our attention. It was just the reaction we needed. If Cassidy and Jackson were at the lighthouse, they might be close enough to hear the sound. Meanwhile, Joey kept going. "There are spiders everywhere." Joey glanced at the ground, her eyes widening. "Do you see them? Where are they coming from?" "There are no spiders out here," Rhonda muttered. "Now get yourself together." "You're right," Joey gasped, her hand flying over her heart. "They're not spiders. They're crabs, like those monster ones in Australia. They're going to pinch us to death with their massive claws." "Yeah, crabs." I made crab claws with my hands and began to act like I was going to pinch Joey. Joey screamed and leapt into my arms, like Scooby-Doo latching onto Shaggy. I barely managed to keep my balance, but I did. She was really good at this acting unhinged thing. "I'm going to feed you to those crabs," I told her. "It's the least I can do since you're the one who got us into this situation." "Enough!" Rhonda fired her gun again. "Both of you, walk to the boat. Now, or I'll show you crazy."
Chapter 47. Cassidy. "Did you hear that?" I froze by Riley's car and looked at Jackson and Ty. Based on their expressions, they most definitely had. That hadn't been fireworks or an engine backfiring. That had been a gunshot. We darted across the road and started up the towering dunes. As soon as we reached the top, we nearly collided with someone. "Riley," I blurted as confusion gripped me. He'd been climbing one of the ridges, trying to reach the road, it appeared. "Are you okay?" Ty asked. "Gabby and Joey. They sent me to get help." Riley sucked in several deep breaths as he leaned forward, obviously winded from his mad dash to get to the street. "What's wrong with Joey?" Jackson asked. They're on the beach. There were too many of them, and they had guns. Jackson's face hardened. Take us to them! Riley waved his arm, and we followed him toward the beach. Before we reached the top edge of the dune, he stopped us. I paused and peered below me. Several people stood on the beach, and a small rubber boat bobbed in the waves near the shore. I could only assume there was some type of drug transportation about to happen here. In fact, if I looked in the distance, I thought I saw a larger boat farther out. These people were probably going to transport loads of their drugs on this rubber boat and take it out to the larger one. These people? Is that Rhonda? I murmured. And Lane? They have their own operation going on, Riley told us. Then he explained what they'd learned. As the conversation below turned more heated, I turned to Jackson and Ty. We should split up. Take them by surprise. They have guns, so we'll need to be careful. You got it, Ty said. I'll head toward the parking lot. I'll go south and cut them off that way. Jackson nodded behind me. I looked at Riley, not sure what job I should give the lawyer. But Riley had a determined look on his face, and I knew he wouldn't back down. The only reason I didn't go with them was because Rhonda and Lane didn't know I was here, Riley explained. We thought the best bet was to use that to our advantage. But I'll do whatever I can to protect them. I know you will, I told him. Right now, just stay here where I'll know you're safe. Will do. The next moment, I took off in the same direction as Ty, making sure to stay low and out of sight. How could there be more people involved with this? There really were two rival mobs competing for the same drug buyers, weren't there? I glanced at the beach as snippets of conversation hit my ears. What exactly was happening down there? Had Joey and Gabby been drugged? They were not acting like themselves. Joey was talking about monster crabs coming at them from all sides, and Gabby said something about feeding Joey to those very crabs. The whole interaction was strange, but I was sure they had some type of reasoning behind it. That was when the gun fired again. Rhonda wasn't having anything to do with this. I watched as Joey and Gabby froze, then two men grabbed their arms and began to drag them toward the water. Before I could act, a new sound filled the air. Laughing, cackling, excitement. Mostly high-pitched, from women. I froze. From my position on the sand dune, I glanced at the parking lot where a box truck, a Porsche, and a familiar dark sedan were parked. Two vans pulled up, and mere seconds later, gaggles of women poured out, headed to the walkover leading to the beach. On a small, tinny speaker, someone talked about Joey Darling's favorite beach, where she liked to look at the stars at night. No, it wasn't. But I knew it was. Despite the hour, Joey's fan club had shown up. They must be doing some kind of extended tour that lasted until the early morning or something. Right now, the group headed right toward Rhonda, Lane, and their hired guns. Before I could stop anything from happening, the women invaded the beach like high surf, covering the sand in a storm. Rhonda turned, saw them, shoved her gun behind Joey to conceal it. While everyone stopped to stare, I saw Ty perch on another dune. He pulled out his gun, aimed. I held my breath. He fired, hitting the Zodiac. Since his gun had a silencer, there was a good chance no one knew what had just happened. But at least these guys weren't going to get away with Joey and Gabby in that boat. What the? One of the men in black stood near the water, keeping his eye on the boat. He must have just noticed it was deflating. On the other side of me, Jackson somehow managed to tackle two of the hired hands, one with each shoulder. In mere seconds, the men were subdued. That left us with only 3 people to take care of, and one of those men was dealing with a boat right now. This was my cue. I rose from behind the dune with my gun drawn. Give it up! We've got you surrounded! Rhonda's eyes widened. Then even more chaos broke out as Joey's fans panicked and began to scream and run. It was just the distraction we needed. Put your gun down or I'll shoot your friends, Rhonda called. Don't test me! I glanced at Lane. He began slinking toward the lot where his truck was parked. The man may be a master at taxidermy, but he was not a warrior. There was no way I'd let him get away. But right now, my biggest concern was Joey. Rhonda had Joey in front of her, the gun now pressed into her temple. Let her go, I called. As I said the words, Ty and Jackson closed in on the other side. Rhonda knew she was trapped. If she pulled that trigger, the 3 of us would take her down. You're not going to walk away from this situation, I called to her. Her nostrils flared. I've come too far to have this end like this. Then do the right thing and give yourself up. No. This is my enterprise. I've made a good life for myself. It's not going to be ruined. You're not thinking clearly. I stepped closer, trying to reason with her. Yes, I am. I'm thinking more clearly than ever. You're going to do something that you'll regret. I was close enough now to see the whites around her eyes, to see she was terrified. She'd really thought she was going to get away with this, hadn't she? "Back off," Rhonda yelled. "Don't make me say it again." "I won't come any closer," I said, "but you need to let Joey and Gabby go." "I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take your friends, and I'm going to get out of here." My throat tightened at the thought. That's a terrible idea. You're only hurting yourself right now and prolonging the inevitable. "You don't know anything," she snapped. "People underestimate me. They always have. I'm smarter than people give me credit for. Maybe I grew up with nothing, but I've made myself into an enterprise." "I'm sure you're smart. You've managed to keep all this under the radar for a long time now. I'd do whatever I could to buy some time, even if that meant playing into her ego." "Now, come on!" She tugged Joey back before pointing the gun at Gabby also. "You too. You're both coming with me." I didn't want to think about what would happen if Rhonda managed to get away with Joey and Gabby. I needed to stop her. Before I could act, Joey yelled, "Baloney!" Then total chaos ensued.
Chapter 48. Joey. I wasn't sure what I was doing. I just knew I had to do something, and I could not go with this woman. So I did what my dad had taught me, and what I then in turn had taught my showrunner. I yelled, "Baloney!" But I wasn't talking about the lunch meat. I was really saying below knee. That was where I aimed to kick people if I was ever in trouble. I jammed my foot as hard as I could into Rhonda's leg, right below her kneecap. She howled with pain, her grip on me loosening as she reached for her leg. I hoped my gamble paid off. If not, I might end up with a bullet through me, which wasn't exactly what I wanted. "You little," Rhonda growled as she looked up at me, fire shooting from her eyes. She started to raise her gun. As she did, someone flew in front of me, Gabby. She tackled Rhonda onto the sand and yelled, "Run!" I started to run, but something about running felt wrong. I couldn't leave Gabby out here with this psycho. 3 seconds later, Cassidy was with us. She grabbed Rhonda's gun and tucked it into her waistband. Then she raised her own gun to the woman. "This is the end of the road, Rhonda." Ty joined her. He grabbed some zip ties from his pocket. It seemed like everyone who'd ever worked law enforcement or special forces carried them with them everywhere, and secured Rhonda. As he did that, Jackson caught Lane. Then police cars flooded the scene and Riley scrambled down the dune toward us. It looked like this drug deal was a bust. Knowing the officers around me, the Coast Guard was already on the way to apprehend the people on the boat that was out in the ocean. "Joey?" a deep voice said behind me. I turned and threw my arms around Jackson. "You came." "I'll always come, but I know I promised to stay at the house, but it's a long story why I couldn't." "I promised to tell you all about it." "I'm sure you will." He ran his thumb across the side of my face. "I'm just glad you're okay." "Life is never boring with you around. Have I told you that before?" "Maybe. You know just what I like to hear." He pulled me into another hug, and I nestled myself in his arms. To be truthful, I wasn't sure myself how things were going to turn out for a minute. But thankfully, we'd have a happy ending. The bad guys would be behind bars, I hoped, and this drug operation would be shut down. It appeared that Gabby even had some answers about her drowning victims. Talk about a win-win. This had turned into one of the best days ever.
Chapter 49. Gabby, I really didn't know how you were going to get out of that situation, Ty said as we gathered in Jackson and Joey's house. We were all too wired to simply say goodnight and drive our own separate ways. Plus, our vehicles were scattered all over the Outer Banks, and it would take some coordinating to figure out how to pick up each of them. Cassidy's was still at the pier, mine was at Willy Wahoo's, or possibly Impounded, and Joey's was at Fatty's. So when Joey invited us over and offered to make a charcuterie board and smoothies, we'd all agreed. That was 2 hours ago. The 6 of us were all still sitting around the kitchen table and laughing as we told the guys the fine details about what had happened today. "So you thought acting like imaginary giant crabs had surrounded you was the best way to get out of this situation?" Jackson asked Joey, an eyebrow raised. "Crazy is as crazy does," she said with a laugh before turning to the rest of us. "You all will have to let Gabby tell you about the jingle she wrote for any mobs in the area who might want to begin advertising themselves. Jackson, I know you already heard it, but the other 2 haven't yet." I began to sing it for them, Joey joining in on the chorus. I mean, I was pretty impressed with my lyrics myself, and the tune I'd made up was rather catchy. When I finished, everyone laughed and applauded. Joey and I took our bows. Riley shook his head as he gazed at me, affection in his eyes. If you ever decide you don't want to stay in the forensic field, at least you know you could be a jingle writer. What can I say? I shrugged in fake humility. I'm a woman of many talents. Yes, you are. He leaned closer and kissed the side of my head. At a break in the conversation, I decided to take things in a more serious direction. You think the charges against everyone will stick? Chief Graves in particular? I feel confident they will, Jackson said. I mean, Rhonda and Lane are responsible for at least 4 murders. And thanks to the evidence you found, now the police should be able to prove that. As far as Aldo Napolitano and Chief Graves, we're only beginning to uncover everything they've been behind. And Harry Henderson? Joey stirred her banana strawberry smoothie with her colorful pink straw. What was his involvement? He was definitely working with Graves and Napolitano, Riley said. But he was too smart to show up at the scene tonight for the handoff. He has a long list of shady clients. I don't know that the police will be able to charge him directly for his involvement. I'm sure he's covered his bases, but I'm hopeful. Then there's Roscoe. Cassidy raised an eyebrow as she leaned back in her chair. Thankfully, he was found on the boat the Coast Guard apprehended, the one Rhonda had planned to use to transport her drugs. How does he fit into all of this? I asked, though I had my own theories. He was hired to work for Napolitano and do some accounting for a side business he had, though Roscoe didn't know what he was getting into, Jackson explained. He really wasn't testifying at a trial tomorrow. Graves set the whole thing up because he wanted to eliminate Roscoe before the man spilled the beans on what was happening. So Graves had me pick Roscoe up, Cassidy took over. I have a feeling he was going to have Roscoe die of mysterious circumstances once he got to the station. If Graves knew where Roscoe was staying, why didn't he just eliminate him there in the motel? I asked, trying to think like a criminal might. Why go through the trouble of having you transport him? Because then his death would look bad on Cassidy and not necessarily point at Graves, Ty said. It was all a diversion. Is that other guy really going on trial? Joey asked. Frank Bartolini? Or was that all a cover also? He is, Jackson said, but that's a federal case. Graves had nothing to do with it. Last question, Joey said. What about Sean and Arnold? I'm still not sure how they fit into all this. They were working with Graves, Jackson said. Roscoe didn't know that. He thought he could trust Arnold. Then Roscoe got spooked when he saw Sean show up at the house. That's why Roscoe knocked him out. When Arnold met with one of Rhonda's henchmen, Rhonda decided he needed to be eliminated. They shot him. Then Roscoe managed to give them the slip. He was pretty good at doing that, it seems. Finally, after the last cracker and piece of cheese had been eaten, I stood. I hated to do it, but Riley and I had a long drive ahead of us. Even though Joey had said we could stay at her place for the night, I knew Riley had a court case in the morning and we needed to get back. It's been fun, I said. We should do this again sometime. Maybe the charcuterie board part, but I don't know about the rest. Jackson gave us all a look. There were too many close calls for my comfort. I don't know. I wouldn't mind a little woman power while doing another investigation. Cassidy's lips curled in a sly grin. I thought the 3 of us made a good team. I was the official law enforcement figure, Gabby the forensic expert, and Joey used her social media prowess and influence to create diversions and help find information. I agree, I chimed in, probably a little too brightly. We made a good team. I think so too, Joey said. And ladies, before you leave, we still need to get that picture together. What picture? I wasn't sure where she was going with this. A picture of the 3 of us as Charlie's angels, posing using our fingers as guns, Joey said. You didn't think I was joking, did you? It's going to be epic. Do you mind? I glanced at Cassidy, who shrugged. Why not? We need something to remember this day by. If you're in, then so am I said. Joey's face lit with excitement. Perfect. Let's take it by this wall. I just painted it this charcoal black color, and everyone kept saying it wasn't going to look beachy. But I really feel like the teal and natural tulle in the baskets against the wall proved them wrong. Don't you think? Cassidy grinned. I totally think. You have great taste. Joey smiled and lowered her head toward her shoulder in that endearing way of hers. Okay, Cassidy, I think you should be in the middle. But I'm not saying that you are Farrah, just to be clear. I was always a bigger fan of Kate anyway. The three of us lined up and got into position. Then Jackson grabbed his cell phone and snapped a picture of us. Take several, just in case the first one didn't work, Joey told him. He took a few more before handing the phone to her. Joey checked the images and gave a nod of approval. These are great. I'll send them to you all. I look forward to seeing them. My words were true. A picture would be a nice way to remember our adventure together. We should do this more often, Joey said again. I mean it. We could be some type of mystery-solving club or something. I don't know. Maybe we should recover from this case first. Cassidy leaned down to rub Ripley's head. But I wouldn't be sad if the three of us ran into each other again. Or even if we planned on running into each other, I added with a shrug. Then Joey threw her arms around both of us in a hug. I don't know about you two, but I've had the time of my life, solving mysteries and putting the bad guys away, all while managing to stay alive. It doesn't get any better than that.